work Gandhi Study Circle is doing. And it is once again so great to hear from you the kind of work that we are doing as a part of Gandhi Study Circle in the RLA College. I now welcome Dr. Rakesh Kumar Gupta for a formal welcome address to our guests and our participants. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Pragyaji. Thank you so much. And, good morning to our esteemed guest, Dr. Dipankarji, Professor Ramesh Bhardwajji, if he has joined, and all the participants, my colleagues, and student participants. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Dipankar Shri Gyanji, who has been a constant support for Gandhi Study Circle of Ram Lal Anand College. All the activities that you have just now heard from Dr. Dabasji would have been possible only or with the support of Dr. Dipankarji. I remember when we started or established Gandhi Study Circle in the college in 2016 and before, it was Dr. Dipankarji who guided, motivated, and encouraged Devenderji to pursue certain programs in the college. There was a interview video was made by Devenderji on the guidance of Dr. Dipankarji, and that video was basically uploaded on the website of Gandhi Smriti also. And it was uploaded by many participants and many viewers. Thank you so much, sir, for your guidance, your motivation, your encouragement that you have shown to the Ram Lal Anand College in developing Gandhi Study Circle as one of the important societies for spreading awareness about Gandhian philosophy, Gandhian values among youth, among students. This two days conference, international conference on Gandhi and global peace, taught by the convener and the team of Gandhi Study Circle, is very relevant these days. In the last 2 decades, we have seen that there's a lot of turmoil in various continents and subcontinents globally. Turmoil of dissatisfaction, conflict, warfares, terrorism, whether locally or internationally. The values, the philosophies that Mahatma Gandhi put forward before us, that is living with non-violence, living with ahimsa. One of the principles that each human being, if follows or follow, I don't think that there will be need of any kind of warfare. The peace will exist. Each and every human being, internationally or nationally, will cooperate with each other, will look after the needs of each and every one. We all know that since 1945, 150 wars have been fought. And these 150 wars, most of these wars, highly developed nations, the superpowers that we call them, were involved directly or indirectly. 70% of the military spendings comes from basically all these 6 countries, the superpowers globally. Where we are leading. Every day, there is a new news of arising new conflicts between the borders or beyond that. So whenever we talk about the non-violence or the peace in the global world, we always remember Gandhiji. Unfortunately, Gandhiji was not very much Gandhiji was not very much known for global peace, but later on it was realized by the community, international community. The philosophy that was basically promoted by Gandhiji was relevant not only for India, right, during the independence movement, but also globally if we have to keep everyone without any conflict or in peace, or we have to develop economically. So I congratulate and thank the Gandhi Study Circle team and students to organize such a conference on global peace and its relevance with Gandhi. It is the right time that we remember Gandhi, his values, his philosophy, his teachings, preachings, so that we can form or we can live in a world without any violence, a world without terrorism, a world with satisfaction, a world with proper economic growth with equality. I thank all the participants. I thank all those who have submitted their papers for presentation during this conference. And I thank all those esteemed speakers from India and from abroad, those who will be joining and motivating our students with their views, sharing their views on Gandhian peace. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Dipankarji for his continuous support, for his continuous guidance in carrying out various activities of Gandhi Study Circle of Ram Lal Anand College. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta, for your valuable words and your generous praise of Gandhi Study Circle. The committee is already overwhelmed, and we really admire the appreciation we get from everybody, including you. We now move on to our chief guests. Welcome. Dr. Dipankar Sri Gyan, from who's Director, Gandhi Smriti and Darshan Samiti. I invite Tashi, to give a brief introduction about Dr. Dipankar. Tashi. Tashi. Dr. Dipankar Sri Gyan, as I just spoke, is director at Gandhi Smriti and Darshan Samiti, and he has been a consistent support for all the activities that Gandhi Study Circle has taken up in the college and outside college. It is with his support that we've been able to move forward in the positive direction, the kind of work and the appreciation that we have got. From everybody. A lot of credit goes to Dr. Dipankar Sri Gyan. I'll just unmute Tashi, and I will request her to give a brief introduction about sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to introduce our participants to Dr. Dipankar Sri Gyan, who is currently the Director of Gandhi Smriti and Darshan Samiti under Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He also worked successfully as a lawyer in Patna High Court. He also worked in various administrative capacities in different districts of Bihar and Jharkhand. In 2007, he was selected to work as Deputy Director, Kapat, Ministry of Rural Development under Government of India by the committee headed by then Honorable Rural Development Minister. He was also a member of PhD Awarding Committee of Mahatma Gandhi Fuji Guruji Shanti Adhyan Kendra in Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Vishwavidyalaya, Wardha from 2013 to 2015. So Dr. Dipankar, please come on stage and enlighten us.
Thank you so much, Tashi. I now welcome once again from all of us a very warm welcome to our chief guest for the day, Dr. Dipankar Sri Gyan.
Namaskar.
Over to you, sir.
Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir.
I start the presentation with a tribute to Professor Devendra Kumar, with whom I worked a lot, and he was really a nice gentleman. So my heartfelt tribute to him, that we lost him very early. Honorable Professor Ramesh Bhardwaj ji, Professor Rakesh Kumar Gupta ji, Dr. Davas ji, and all the participants and learned teachers who are present in this webinar. Perhaps the subject which has been selected is most relevant subject today in light of the Ukraine crisis, Gandhi and global peace. Sir, as usual, I start. Why Gandhi? Why not anybody else in the world? Who was Gandhi? Why is so respected? Why is so relevant even after death? More than 75 years has elapsed. And when I come to understand Gandhi, I find that what he was doing 100 years back, it is still relevant and is still the torchbearer for this society. I will request my friend Pankaj to start my presentation. Pankaj, please. So I think that it is visible to you. To my understanding, the global peace.
Yeah, it's visible, sir.
Yeah, to my understanding, the global peace is based on these basic fundamental principles: the non-violence, non-violent geopolitical order, social cohesion, harmonious coexistence, ethical practice, conflict, mediation, and finally attaining the peace. Most of the people in the world understand that non-violence is something which is synonym to couples. But no, non-violence is the most powerful weapon in the world by which the enemies are tamed. And Gandhi successfully practiced this. But in today's world, what is the most important thing is that we are not communicating in a non-violent manner. Our communication is totally violent. Even if in my family, in your family, you will see that how the communication level is becoming violent because we have lost the love, affection, empathy, and so on. And these communication are also coming in between the correspondence between the states. And when we are not having any understanding about the states' relationship and our communication is becoming violent, then this is giving rise to conflict between two states in the world. And when two states are engaged in the conflict, the problem is very clear that world peace is at the stake. See the example of Ukraine. What is the reality that both the groups who are all at the verge of war are totally not understanding the human race and its suffering. That's why each and every time their tone is becoming non-violent. And these non-violent tones are encouraging others to use the same voice. And when they are both the parties in the conflict are using the same pitch of voice, then war becomes imminent. Why Gandhi was so successful? Because Gandhi in his life has seen two world wars. And he has seen the suffering of the human being. during those World War. And he found that the ultimate answer of attaining peace is non-violence. That's why he, right from beginning, he was preaching the non-violence. Then the question comes, from where Gandhi learned non-violence? Gandhi himself confessed that, himself says always that it is from his inherent understanding of Indian religion. This says, Sarve santu sukhina, sarve santu niramya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu ma kasyat dukkha. Where there is a welfare of everybody. When you say everybody, it means anybody on the world map. He never thought that by this everybody, it is only the people of India. That's why you always have a concept of Sarvodaya, Sabka Uday, not a particular gender, particular religious people, particular people of a particular region or particular country. He never meant that. He always meant everybody. Everybody includes everyone on this globe. And that was his idea of global peace. And when anybody practicing all these things, I'm sure that there is a established non-violent geopolitical order in the world. And once this non-violent geopolitical order is established, there is no conflict between the states and there is no question of any war. It is not only applicable for the states only, it is applicable in the society also. When there is no conflict between gender, no conflict between caste, no conflict between any of the people living in the society, then there is no conflict in the society. And even if a small conflict exists, that can be resolved through mediation, not by use of force. So when he is talking about, Gandhi was talking about mediation to resolve the conflict, he was always talking about win-win situation. And establishing of peace was the ultimate aim. See how India got freedom. It was when, go back to 1947, Britishers were likely to leave this country. And there was imminent transfer of power from Great Britain to India. But what a beautiful thing happened at that time, that the Viceroy himself getting down his flag and the Indian leaders getting up their own flag on the Red Fort. So there was no conflict at all. That normally what happens then when we defeat others, we try to demoralize the others. But it is the only example perhaps in the world that when India got their independence, it was so respectful for the people who were outgoing and people who were incoming. It was so respectful for both the parties that there was no conflict at all. Everybody was doing according to their will. And that's why India got the membership of Commonwealth very early. And this was one of the best example of conflict resolution by mediation and establishment of peace. So, to me, Gandhi is real torchbearer of global peace. That's why Gandhi is always remembered as a global leader. Gandhi was a leader who was not only establishing the peace among the men and women of the world. He was even talking about the coexistence of human being with the environment also. So he always thought that, and his ideas were that the physical intolerance or physical violence is not only the threat to peace. Even if anybody doing the mental violence, it is always a threat to peace. The physical violence, the mental violence, the environmental violence, all type of violence is threat to peace. And once there exists the violence, peace cannot be attained. So for the peace, it is mandatory that conflict is resolved, it is not managed. But unfortunately, in the whole of the world, we find that we are unfortunately managing the conflict rather than resolving the conflict. So it is always a situation where when we start managing the conflict, there is a one party who wins, other party who loses, and there is always a inherent conflict of win and loss. But when we start resolving the conflict, there is a win-win situation. No party is left defeated. And that's the best way to resolve the conflict, and that finally establishes the peace in the world. And the simple method is opening a mediation between the parties, establishing the dialogue between the parties, and the dialogue should be so open that all the parties should feel free to put their grievances, and other party must have the patience to understand their grievances. They must have to confess what the guilt they have done, what the wrong they have done. And once they are realizing what is wrong they are doing and what should be done, I think that peace is the ultimate winner. So, but unfortunately, the weapons or the might has become more powerful for some of the countries in the world who consider themselves superpower, and they want to run the whole world according to their will and their desire. So most of the time, the conflict starts with their egos, and the other small states willingly or unwillingly joins them due to their socio-political economic compulsions. But finally, what happens? We have seen 2 world wars. And what was the end result after all the massacre? Finally, negotiation was the tool to establish peace. And finally, peace was established and everybody was satisfied with this peace. Even we go back to our ancient history, it was Mahabharata, one of the biggest war of the ancient time. And it ends with Shanti Parv. So peace is finally the goal. To me, attainment of peace is more important. The human being must work for that. All the human beings are duty bound to work for that. Then we can consider Sarvodaya as our goal. And finally, the global peace can be established. Gandhi himself talks about this. I'm just going for that. When Mahatma Gandhi say, I do suggest that the doctrine of non-violence holds good also as between states and states. I know that I am treading on delicate ground if I refer to the late war. But I fear I must, in order to make the position clear, it was war of aggrandizement as I have understood on either part. The level of non-violence in that nation, if that ever happily comes to pass, will naturally have risen to high as to command universal respect. Her judgment will be unerring, her decisions firm, her capacity for heroic self-sacrifice will be great, and she will want to live as much for other nation as for herself. That's the most beautiful quote which I found from his works about the world peace, the global peace. So I thought to share it with all of you. And I think, and I'm sure that all the people who are peace lover must follow these lines of Mahatma Gandhi, and everybody will work for the peace in their society, which will make the peace in the nation, and finally nation will force the others for the global peace. Thank you, everybody. With a small correction that I am not a doctorate holder degree. I am not holding any doctorate degree. So kindly make a correction that I am not Dr. Dipankar, I am simply Dipankar. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
For bringing it to contemporary relevance, the thoughts and ideas of Gandhi, and how it is relevant to understand the crisis that we are facing in contemporary world, whether it is Ukrainian crisis between the threat of war between Ukraine and Russia, or it's to understand interrelations between various world powers. Thank you so much again, sir, for enlightening the audiences, the participants with your words. I now invite Tashi once again to introduce our next speaker, Professor R.C. Bharadwaj, who's going to address us next. And he's going to deliver the keynote address for the participants. Tashi, will you please unmute and introduce sir once again, Professor
Sure.
Bharadwaj?
So now I would like to welcome our senior professor R.C. Bhardwaj, the Honorable Director of Gandhi Bhavan in University of Delhi. He is also professor in charge in the Department of Sanskrit at South Campus Delhi University. He has a teaching experience of 33 years in undergraduate and postgraduate in Sanskrit and philosophy departments of the Delhi University. He has a great experience in Gandhian literature. He had edited Bharat Mein Nari Shiksha, विकास और वर्तमान चुनौतियां in 2000, then historic speeches of Mahatma Gandhi in 2006. He also prepared a 3 years diploma course on Hindu studies and Gandhi studies for University of Mauritius through Mahatma Gandhi Institute, Mauritius. Professor R.C. Bhardwaj sir also been a part of Gandhi Study Circle of Ram Lal Anand College from a long time and also helps us as well as share his knowledge with us a lot of time. So, sir, I now request you to come forward.
Thank you, Takshi. I once again welcome our senior professor, Dr. R.C. Bharadwaj. Sir, over to you. Professor Bharadwaj, can you hear me? Gitu, just check if sir is unable to unmute himself. Gitu, will you please check? Maybe he's unable to unmute. Please unmute.
Yes, ma'am, I'm checking.
Please do that, Gitu.
हाँ, अब आपने मुझे अनम्यूट किया है।
जी।
आवाज आ रही है आपको?
Yes, yes, sir. Sir, we regret the inconvenience. Most welcome, Professor Bharadwaj. Over to you, sir.
ओम नमस्कार। आप लोगों ने अपने महाविद्यालय में गांधी जी और विश्व शांति संघ, उसके लिए आपका बहुत-बहुत अभिनंदन। दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के
switch on your camera also. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. You can switch on your camera as well.
ये कैमरा भी आपकी तरफ से बंद है, यहाँ से नहीं खुल रहा है। में यही मैसेज आ रहा है कि कैमरा भी जो है आपने बंद किया हुआ है, तो कोई
जी
बात
सर,
नहीं
we
है,
are just
आप
trying to
आवाज
resolve
तो आ
that.
रही है ना। दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय में करीब 56 महाविद्यालयों में गांधी स्टडी सर्कल है, और उनमें सबसे ज्यादा जागृत और क्रियाशील गांधी स्टडी सेंटर आरएलए कॉलेज जो है, वो सबसे ज्यादा कार्यक्रमों को करके गांधी जी के संदेश को युवा पीढ़ी तक पहुंचा रहा है। उसके लिए बहुत अभिनंदन। प्रोफेसर अग्रवाल प्रिंसिपल और आपके जो कन्वीनर हैं, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार कि आप लोग इस तरह के कार्यक्रम करते रहते हैं। जैसा कि अभी डॉक्टर ज्ञान जी ने कहा कि गांधी का जो विचार है, उसके माध्यम से ही विश्व शांति हो सकती है। आइए हम लोग थोड़ा विचार करें कि हमारे आसपास के जो हालात हैं, उन हालात में हम कैसे शांति को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। अगर हम अपने आसपास देखते हैं तो सोशियो कल्चरल, सोशियो इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस जो हमारी हैं, और विशेष रूप से पिछले 2-2.5 साल में कोरोना काल में जिस तरह से समाज में जाति के आधार पर, धर्म के आधार पर, राजनीति के आधार पर और आर्थिक स्थितियों में जो ध्रुवीकरण हुआ है, जिसके कारण पूरा हमारे आसपास का समाज त्रस्त है। इन हालात में क्या आपको नहीं लगता कि क्या ये सबसे प्राचीन भारतीय सांस्कृतिक परंपराओं वाला हमारा देश, हमारे इतने चिंतक, हमारी हजारों लाखों साल की जो चिंतन परंपरा है, क्या उसने इसके लिए कोई समाधान नहीं दिया था? हम ये भी जानते हैं कि महात्मा गांधी का जो विचार है, वो विचार भारतीय चिंतन परंपरा के मूल्यों की आज के संदर्भों में पुनः स्थापना का है। यानी गांधी ही वो व्यक्ति है जो पिछले हजारों लाखों सालों में जो हमारे ऋषियों ने, हमारे महापुरुषों ने एक सुसमृद्ध, शांतिमय, प्रगतिशील समाज के लिए जो मार्ग था, उसको दिखाया। और गांधी उसकी पुनः स्थापना के लिए ही हमसे बात करता है। इसीलिए महादेवी वर्मा ये कहती हैं कि अगर देश में कोई ऐसा विचार है जो भारतीय सांस्कृतिक मूल्यों की स्थापना करता है, तो वह गांधी जी का ही विचार है। ये जो महादेवी वर्मा का कथन है, उससे निश्चित होता है कि अगर हमको अपने समाज में मानव समाज का इस सृष्टि के कण कण के साथ सामंजस्य रखते हुए विकास करना है, तो हमें गांधी जी के विचारों को एक बार देखना पड़ेगा। हमने ये भी अभी प्रोफेसर अग्रवाल, डॉक्टर ज्ञान की बातों से हमने ये भी जाना कि वैश्विक स्तर पर भी जितनी अशांति दिखाई दे रही है, उसका भी है। जरा हम अपने आसपास की 60-70 साल में अगर भारत में और बड़ी हुई है, तो विश्व के स्तर पर भी हमारे पास एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था, नई शासन व्यवस्था तैयार हुई है, जिसमें कुछ महाशक्तियां हैं जो पूरे संसार के जितने भी कच्चे माल के स्रोत हैं, उन पे कब्जा करके और इस इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट के भरोसे पूरी की पूरी तरह जो केंद्रीकृत अर्थव्यवस्था है, उसको लागू करके सभी दुनिया के विभिन्न खंडों में जाकर मैंने खुद देखा है। उदाहरण के लिए अगर आप पश्चिम एशिया की तरफ देखेंगे या थोड़ा उसके आगे बढ़कर यूरोप की ओर देखेंगे, तो आप पाएंगे कि क्रिश्चियन और मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी आपस में एक दूसरे की धर्म के आधार पर, जहां पर हजारों लोगों की रोज बलि दी जाती हो, उनको मारा जाता हो, शहर के शहर, देश के देश धार्मिक उन्माद की विभीषिका में भस्म हो रहे हों, उस समय गांधी जी का ये विचार, जो सर्वधर्म के समानत्व पर जोर देता है, उस विचार की आवश्यकता हमें प्रतीत होती है। हम ये भी देखते हैं कि अमेरिका या चीन आज पूरी दुनिया पर अपनी आर्थिक नीतियों के माध्यम से केंद्रीकृत जो आर्थिक व्यवस्था दे रहा है, उसमें जितने भी एशिया खंड के या अफ्रीका खंड पूरा का पूरा विभीषण भुखमरी और गरीबी के अंदर त्रस्त होकर बैठा हुआ है। हमारे चारों ओर ऐसी इन महाशक्तियों ने व्यवस्था कर दी है कि भारत में ही अगर आज हम देखते हैं तो 32% के करीब जो युवा पीढ़ी है वो पूरी तरह से बेरोजगार है। अभी पिछले दिनों ही अमेरिका के एक सर्वे को देखने को मिला कि वहां के लोगों ने, जो अमीर लोग हैं, उन लोगों ने हथियारों को खरीदना ज्यादा किया इस कोरोना काल में। कारण यही है क्योंकि अमेरिका जैसे देश में भी और भारत जैसे देश में भी इस कोरोना काल में जितने अरबपति बढ़े हैं, उससे अधिक हमारे देश की जो जनता है, 60 से 70% तक की जनता जो है, वो दोबारा से गरीबी रेखा की ओर तेजी से बढ़ती जा रही है। ऐसी स्थिति में जब गांधी जी की आर्थिक नीति को, गांधी जी के बताए हुए आर्थिक सिद्धांतों को हम देखते हैं, तो उस समय हमें लगता है कि गांधी जी की विकेंद्रित अर्थव्यवस्था, जो स्वावलंबन के साथ साथ मानव को एक डिग्निटी या डिग्निफाइड वे में जीने का अधिकार देती है, उस केंद्रीकृत स्वावलंबन पूर्ण अर्थ नीति के द्वारा न केवल मानव का सर्वांगीण विकास होता है, बल्कि मानव प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य रखते हुए अपने जीवन को जीने की, प्रगति करने के मार्ग को प्राप्त करता है। जबकि इस केंद्रीकृत या इस इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट की या इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन की जो केंद्रीकृत अर्थनीति है, उसके माध्यम से हमारे देश का या पूरी दुनिया का जो पर्यावरण है वो इतना खराब हो चुका है कि आप शांति की बात तो छोड़िए, यहाँ तो जीना ही मुश्किल हो गया है। ऐसे हालात में पूरी दुनिया के जो सोशल साइंटिस्ट हैं, वो गांधी जी के विचारों को लेकर शोध करके पूरे मानव जाति को जगाने का या चेतावनी देने का काम कर रहे हैं। भारत में बेशक हमारे यहाँ गांधी जी को एक समाधान के रूप में देखने की दृष्टि अभी इतनी विकसित नहीं हुई है, क्योंकि हमारा समाज पिछले कुछ सालों से धार्मिक और आर्थिक आधार पर ध्रुवीकरण के माध्यम से पूरा विघटित होकर असमंजस की एक अजीब से उन्माद की स्थिति में जी रहा है। वही स्थिति दुनिया के अलग देशों में भी है। संक्षेप में अगर आपको कहना है तो यही है कि भारतीय सांस्कृतिक मूल्यों के जो विचार हैं, जिनको गांधी जी भारत में स्थापित करना चाहते थे, क्योंकि गांधी जी का मानना था कि संपूर्ण मानव जाति को बचाने के लिए जो कोई मार्ग है वो सिर्फ भारतीय समाज के पास है। अब वो जो भारतीय समाज है, उसको अगर हम अच्छी तरह से सर्वांगीण मानव जाति के विकास पूर्वक समाज को हम दुनिया के सामने प्रस्तुत करेंगे, तो उससे क्या होगा कि संपूर्ण विश्व को उससे प्रेरणा मिलेगी। ये विचार गांधी जी का अंतिम समय तक था। उनकी पहली पुस्तक हिंद स्वराज में भी गांधी जी ने यही लिखा कि भारतीय सभ्यता, भारतीय सांस्कृतिक मूल्य चाहे बेशक हजारों सालों की गुलामी में कुछ धुंधले से पड़ गए हैं, फिर भी उसमें इतना सत्व, इतनी चमक है कि वो पूरे संसार को, पूरे पश्चिम को एक दृष्टि दे सकती है। वही स्थिति अगर आप शांति समाज में चाहते हैं, तो आप अपने जो सांस्कृतिक जड़ें हैं, जो अपनी जो इंडिजिनियस नॉलेज सिस्टम है, जो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा है, उसको या अपने अपने समाज की इंडिजिनियस नॉलेज सिस्टम है, जो उनकी अपनी अपनी मातृभाषाओं में है, उन सबको सम्मान देते हुए उनके माध्यम से हमको अपने समाज का अध्ययन करना चाहिए। इस दृष्टि से अभी जो नई शिक्षा नीति या भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा या इंडिजिनियस नॉलेज सिस्टम के साथ हमको अपने नव जो हमारी युवा पीढ़ी है उसको उन संस्कारों से संपृक्त करके हमको अपनी प्रगति का मार्ग करना है, जो हमारे समाज में शांति का और उसकी प्रेरणा से विश्व शांति का मार्ग प्रशस्त होगा। इन शब्दों के साथ ही मैं आप रामलाल आनंद कॉलेज के गांधी स्टडी सर्कल की ओर से आयोजित इस कार्यक्रम की सफलता की शुभकामना देते हुए आप सभी का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। नमस्कार।
थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर भारद्वाज, आपके इन शब्दों के लिए we are very grateful to you, sir, and for your encouragement that you always provide us with. With this, we are coming towards the close of our inaugural session. And as I have gathered from all the esteemed speakers, Dr. Dipankar Shrigyan, Professor R.C. Bharadwaj, the welcome address that was delivered by Professor R.K. Gupta, and the introduction, formal introduction that was given by Professor S.C. Dabas, the convener for our Gandhi Study Circle. आप सभी के वक्तव्य से, शब्दों से, I think at least me, and I'm sure I can speak on behalf of other participants as well, we are already geared up and we are inspired enough to continue our engagement for the next 2 days, for so many sessions that will be coming up. And I, on behalf of Gandhi Study Circle, once again extend my heartfelt welcome to all the participants, to the esteemed guests, to the speakers who will be taking out their valuable time to continue their engagement with us. And with these words, I draw towards the close the first inaugural session. Speakers and paper presentations. Once again, a heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed guests, Sri Dipankar sir and Professor R.C. Bharadwaj. I thank you once again, Dr. R.K. Gupta, our principal, who's a constant source of encouragement to us. We again thank you for joining us today, sir. We'll be starting the next session at 11:45. Thank you once again. Namaskar. Participants, please join 5 minutes in advance for the next session, which starts at 11:45. Thank you.
With Galerba, being the professor of philosophy, you have very progressive views on emerging world scenario. Whatever problem is emerged means you are giving your views about that. Today, you are going to put your thought on Gandhi and individual's moral foundation in our international conference of Gandhi and global peace. You're most welcome, sir. And now I call to Ayushi to give a brief introduction of Professor Jian. Ayushi. Ayushi.
Please unmute Ayushi. Ayushi, are you there?
Ayushi is unable to communicate. Let's welcome Dr. Jian,
Yes.
and he can take over the charge
Yes,
and
sir.
deliver his.
Yes.
Actually, I was unable to turn on my mic like a host having to.
Okay, go ahead, Ayushi.
I introduced Gianluigi Segalebra. He was born in Gioni, Italy on 24 January 1967 and was graduated.
Ayushi, your voice is echoing. Are you logged in two devices?
No,
Please mute one of the device. Yes, please go ahead, Ayushi.
Yeah. Am I audible properly now?
No, it's echoing. The voice is echoing. Ayushi, please
Ayushi.
use one device.
Like I have joined with only one device.
Okay. So, Pragya, can you do it on her behalf?
Yes, ma'am, I will do. Means
Okay.
Professor Jian.
Yeah. Dr. Tyagi, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. And Professor Jian is a great scholar of philosophy and has a specialization on Gandhi and Gita. He is very acquainted about the social fabrication, social engineering of our Indian nation, whatever means philosophy and Vedas. He has very deep knowledge about these things. He has written more than 15 books and more than 50 national and international research paper. So I think he is the best person to give the thoughts on global peace and Gandhi. And simultaneously, he will also put his views on means how Gita is relevant in present scenario and how Gita influenced the Gian Segalerba. And you're most welcome, sir. And now I hand over to this platform to you to enlighten us.
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible. In which I was completely blocked. I hope that I am audible now, or that I am visible, and most of all that my PowerPoint is visible in this moment. I have tried to make the PowerPoint. I see it, but I am not sure you can see it. Can
Sir,
you?
it's on the screen. We
You are
can see,
visible,
we
sir.
can hear you, and
Visible.
you're also visible, sir.
And the PowerPoint is there. I thank
Yes,
you
sir.
very
Yes.
much. Of course,
Yes,
I
sir.
would like to thank you and for the wonderful presentation which has been given of me. I would like to add to my thanks, of course, the thanks of Mrs. Kathleen Bouveau, who has elaborated this work with me, but she cannot be here today because of some problems with her job. So the intervention which I'm going to express now is in my name, of course, and in name of Mrs. Kathleen Bouveau. I would see what I can do. Yes. So, well, this is on my email. And of course, I would like to say that everything is at the disposal. That is, that I can, of course, send this PowerPoint with all the corrections. which I will do to everybody who would like to receive a copy of the PowerPoint. And of course, I am working also on a draft, on a text, on which the PowerPoint is based. As observation, as remarks, beginning remarks, I would like to say that we will see in the PowerPoint a difference between pages with design and pages, simple pages. The pages with design are all quotation. That is, no matter of whom, if you see colors or something like this, these are quotations, and instead of it, the simple pages without colors are our observation on the text. And now I would like to begin with this quotation of Yadaranyaka Upanishad, because in spite of the fact that Gandhiji does not mention it, as far as I know, in his discourses on Gita, which will form the main text of our exposition, I think that this is a good synthesis of what I would like to say is the main point of Gandhiji's meditation on Gita. It is a meditation of the initial condition of the individuals, and the single individual, which is living in a condition of unrealness and of inauthenticity, and which should go to the condition of realness and authenticity. That is, from Asat to Sat. We will see how Gandhiji is developing his ideas about the condition of the individual and the way in which we can go from a condition of inauthenticity to a condition of authenticity, from a condition of unrealness to a condition of reality, from a condition of darkness to a condition of light. And for this is, of course, fundamental is meditation on Gita. We, for our analysis, have based on Gandhi's discourses on Gita, but we have taken into consideration also the precious work of Mahadev Desai, the Gospel of Self-Satisfaction, or the Gita according to Gandhi. Now, to give a short presentation of aims of our exposition, in our study, we will investigate some aspects regarding Gandhi's meditation about Gita. Gandhi's observation on Gita regards many aspects like divinity, the problem of good and evil, the structure of the reality, the individual's nature, the conflict present in the individual nature between virtue and vice, the individual's position in the reality, the individual's possible development, and the duties of the individual as regards his own moral development. We wish to concentrate our attention on the elements which can help the individual in transcending a particular situation. The I, in going beyond the particular condition in which he lives and in reaching the awareness that is different from the condition in which he is living particularly. The intent of our investigation is to expose and interpret aspects of Gandhi's meditation on Gita. One aim of Gandhi's meditation on Gita consists in the search for the foundation of the right moral thought and of the right individual education. The revelation of Gita is, for the individual, among other things, a journey towards the discovery of himself and of his position in the reality, his authentic position in the reality, away from the illusion, away from the delusion in which he is living. It is a journey towards the discovery of the possible developments of his own soul. The foundation of the right individual education has immediately social aspects. The right education proves to represent the very foundation of the right political action. In Gandhi's view, the political doctrine and the political action how to have as their own fundament, among other things, the teachings of Gita. Or at least the teachings of Gita should be the inspiration of the education and then of the moral political action. The revelation of Gita gives to the individual the right moral education and the right moral foundation. It gives the knowledge of truth, of God, of reality, and of the individual essence, nature. Through and thanks to the teachings of Gita, the individual education finds the due foundation. Individual education is then the basis of a right political and social order. It represents the basis for the dialogue between individuals and for the pacific coexistence between individuals. The morally right order of the society is the consequence of the morally right order of the individual. And going on, thus the meditation on Gita constitutes as such the foundation of the possibility of a right political strategy. Thanks to the education obtained through the mediation of Gita, meditation on Gita, the individual becomes able to understand the right moral behavior and the way to reach the right moral behavior. This has an immediate effect on the structure and organization of the whole society. In order that the society can be morally changed, the individual has to develop his moral constitution in a right way. There may not be any right political program without a previous individual right moral education. The reform of the society presupposes the right moral individual education. The analysis of the position of individuals within the reality and the investigation on the individual soul constitution enables to reach an appropriate strategy for a right moral education. Since individual consists of the three gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas, individuals are as such complex entities. Individuals are moreover dynamic entities. The development of the three gunas inside the individual soul, the relationship between the gunas in the soul, and the prevalence of one guna over the other gunas within the souls are not given once and for all. They depend on the education and on the life choices of the individuals. Individual development is a question of the responsibility of the individual. The prevalence of the guna over the other ones is due to the free decision of the individual, depending on how the individual decides to orientate his own life, and depending on which dispositions of the soul the individual decides to cultivate. The soul of the individual will take a corresponding direction and will have a corresponding development. The responsibility of the development of one's own life belongs to the individual. The development of the individual is often, at least within specific limits related to individual nature. The corporeal dimensions put precise limits to the individual capacity of self-improvement within the corporeal life. Ahimsa cannot be fully followed, in Gandhi's view, within the corporeal condition. Moksha cannot be completely reached due to the influence of the senses. Individuals have to accept the limit due to their bodily dimension. At the same time, individuals have to steadily try to improve themselves. Something? Excuse me? There is some problem. Oh, excuse me. Moksha cannot be completely reached through the influence of the senses. Individuals have to accept the limits due to their bodily dimension. At the same time, individuals have to steadily try to improve themselves by promoting the virtues connected to sattva. The being limited of individuals does not imply an absence of responsibility of the individuals as regards their own actions. Individuals have the responsibility of being aware of their own constitution and of fighting against the limitation of their own condition. Individual being constitutionally imperfect implies that individuals have to educate themselves continuously. Individual how to reach a moral foundation, he has to steadily pay attention to the stability of his own character. And now, going onwards, is a little summary of the position which in our opinion can be found in the discourses on the Gita of Gandhiji. Gandhi firmly believes in the power of transformation exercised on the individuals by the knowledge of the truth. The knowledge of the truth expressed in the revelation of Gita successfully modifies men as regards their moral dimension. The spiritual knowledge obtained through the meditation on Gita transforms the individual. Individuals how to develop themselves. Revelation is the program for this development. To follow the truth does not admit any exception, since God is the truth. The conception of truth that Gandhiji discusses is that of truth as authentic dimension and vision of reality, opposed to the inauthentic and initial dimension in which the individual finds himself. Knowledge of the truth and the learning process needed for the individual grasping this kind of knowledge are indispensable for the individual so that he managed to find the foundations both of the moral right position and of the political right order. The right moral individual education is the indispensable basis for a right political order. Individuals are composed entities. They consist of different components which do not live in harmony with each other. Individuals are morally limited entities. They cannot completely eliminate bad factors until they are in the corporeal dimension. And individuals are battlefields, as we will see. They have a psychic division in good factors and in bad factors. The duty of every individual consists in strengthening the good factors and in taming the bad factors. Individuals have to become aware of their own limits. In spite of their limits, individuals do not need to despair because of their own limits. In Gandhiji's view, they are to be confident in what they can actually do. Moreover, to have limits does not mean that the individual has no duty as regards his own limits. The individual ought to act against his own limits. And now we come to our first quotation from Gandhiji's discourses on Gita. It is a quotation which we have chosen because, in our opinion, is a quotation which develops very, very many points of our strategy developed by Gandhiji in his discourses on Gita. And now we are going to read something of this quotation. Gandhiji says on Atman, he concentrates his attention on Atman. Then he says the Hindu belief in avatars might present a difficulty to some of us. Avatar means descent. Our descent means God's descent too, for he is present in every creature and in every object. All this is his Maya. All concrete things, our body, the material objects, all these exist at definite points in space and time, but the Atman was not born in time. It pervades all space and exists through all time. We do not know it by direct experience. If we wish to understand the principle known as God, whether with the help of reason or through faith, we should first know the Atman. Was it? So long as we live in ignorance, it is more the instance that even the sky, but in our awakened state, we cannot say that it is removed from us by even so much as an inch. It is that through which we came into being and through which we exist. If you believe that you are that, then I and you are identical. But only a person devoid of egotism can assert that I and you are identical in the sense in which the ring and chain are in the final analysis but gold. Name and form are only for a moment. While things have them, they are no more real than a mirage, that into which things merge when they cease to have name and form is ever the same. And so Krishna says, so I was never born in time, so I am the Lord of all creatures, I incarnate myself and am born as a human being. This is the essential nature of the Atman. If we realize this truth, we would always act in conformity with the nature. We then act born as human beings as we were never born. If the Atman in each of us is identical with the Atman in everyone else, excuse me, what is happening? excuse me, if the Atman in each of us is identical with the Atman in everyone else, one Atman born in a body means all of them born and all others born means that one born too. This is a difficult idea to grasp. This is Maya, says Sri Krishna. And through it, I incarnate myself in this world time and again. We can follow reason only up to a point. What then does avatar mean? It is not as if God comes down from above. It would be right to say, if we can say it without egotism, that each one of us is an avatar. The Atman in everybody is as potent as the Atman in any other. So, outwardly, we see differences. In our awakened state, all are one. So, in our ignorant state, we may seem separate existences. In real truth, there are not several. There is only one. If we constantly reflect over this essence named the Atman, we shall regard one as an enemy to be killed and shall have nothing to get angry about. We shall then see that anyone who hits us hits himself too. So, end of the quotation. So we see here the collected words, and which the text is very rich, really. It needs, in my opinion, at least in my opinion, long time in order to be freed from all the implications and all the contents which are so richly and so synthetically expressing it. And so I will try now to give some points which, in my opinion, can be extracted from this very rich text of Gandhiji. First of all, we see that God is present in the individual's dimension. God's incarnations show that God is not extraneous to the individuals. It is not the absolute other in relation to the individuals. It does not exist in a dimension which is completely different from the individual's dimension. The individual's learning that the principle of the individual is Atman implies for the individual a corresponding way of action. The individual mind is not given once and for all. It can have and will have a development. Everybody is an avatar of God, and everybody is a manifestation, a concretization of Atman. Everybody is a manifestation of divinity. Individuals are unified in Atman. The Atman is identical in all individuals. Atman is equally potent in all the individuals. And the fact that Atman is equally present in all individuals means that everybody has equal dignity. Since all individuals are avatars of God, and since the Atman is equally potent in all individuals, then all individuals are equal. Hence, no consideration of the individuals as unequal entities is legitimate. All individuals are one and only one entity. They all are Atman. There are actually no separately existing individuals. Individuals can change through the knowledge of their revelation. Their nature is not determined, at least not in all aspects. And from the acquaintance with this being Atman, the individual learns that how to give up his attachment to the ego, since this attachment directly leads to the mutual separation of individuals and as a consequence to the refusal of the common nature of Atman. As all individuals are one entity in Atman, they ought to act in conformity with the common nature of Atman. Reciprocal harmony and not mutual strife ought to be the principle of their behavior. And for the individual to learn that he is a manifestation of Atman leads him to act as if he were never born. It assumes the dimension and the awareness of being eternal. He becomes able to free himself from the particular historical conditions in which he is living. The individual acquires a different point of view on our reality from the point of view he originally had. He becomes able to transcend the particularities of his initial life condition. The recognition of the identical presence of Atman in everybody represents the passage from the ignorant state in which the individuals think that they are mutually separate existences to the awakened state in which the individuals become aware that they are all one entity. Since the individual condition of being an avatar can be known only after the meditation on Gita, learning the contents of the revelation proves to be indispensable for the moral formation of the individual. The individual awareness of one's own condition and position in the reality is developed through the individual's learning of the Gita. The awakened state will not come about by itself. The individual engagement is needed. It proves to be the source of the individual enlightenment. You see, Gandhi's observation of Atman represents the foundation for the consideration of all individuals as being one and the same entity. The common nature of Atman is the foundation of the connection between the living beings. If the individuals are mutually connected by the common nature of Atman, if the authentic essence is Atman, to commit injustice against other person means actually doing something bad to themselves. Thus, the common nature of Atman represents the foundation of the individual solidarity with the other beings. The foundation of the God behavior lies in the truth or reality, lies in the structure of reality. It is the structure of reality which gives the foundation and the program of the individual's good behavior. The fact that all individuals are actually only one entity implies for the individuals that they ought to consider themselves as being active. If they remain in the consideration of themselves as separate entities, they would refuse to reckon with God's revelation. Since the essence of everybody is Atman, all individuals have the same essence. There is actually no separation between individuals, so that there is no enemy. But the process of learning the grounds of reality is for the individual necessary, so that he can arrive at the knowledge of his own condition. The individual ought then to orientate his behavior after that knowledge he has reached. Moreover, each individual being an avatar means that every individual is at least partially a spiritual entity. As every individual is Atman, every individual cannot be reduced to corporeal elements. Every individual is actually something else than corporeal components. As every individual is in his own nature an avatar of God, he has to develop the spiritual texture in himself and how to limit correspondingly his corporeal element. As all individuals have the common nature of Atman, reciprocal concord and agreement on the one side, and not mutual discord and disagreement on the other hand, how to be the guiding principle holding within a society and between countries. Hence, the foundation of the human nature proves to be the principle of behavior for the individual and for the society. Gandhi admonishes, though, that the fact that all individuals are avatars might not lead the individuals to a feeling of egotism. The individual may not have self-admiration, vanity, or self-centeredness because of his being an avatar. This is an important point. The comprehension that there is no separate existence is a turning point in the life of the individual. The individual ought to understand that the reality which he immediately has before himself is only appearance. A way of education, a long way of education indeed, is needed for the individual in order that the individual could see the reality as it is and not as it appears. Through the revelation of Sri Krishna, the individual transcends history and experience. Therefore, he acquires a different orientation towards history and experience in comparison with the orientation had before. The general life orientation of the individual in the reality before the revelation of Gita is completely different from the general life orientation of the individual in the reality after this revelation. Revelation is for the individual the way of transcendence from the particularity of his own position. By reaching the awareness that he is Atman, that likewise every individual is Atman, the individual is enabled to transcend the particularity of his own condition. The individual transcends the specific situation in which he is living, since he arrives at the understanding that plurality is only appearance. Thus, the individual is transformed through the acquisition of the knowledge of reality to an entity which is different from the entity he originally was, since his outlook on reality has completely changed. The individual changes through Gita. The individual transcends reality as it is given. His consideration of reality is completely different from the initial way of interpreting reality. Reality is no more from the enlightened individual than the dimension of the here and now, the dimension of the particularities. It can recognize the presence of Atma in everybody and the universal reality in everything. All reality becomes therewith for him a unity. And going forward, Gandhiji gives some fruitful consideration also on the general significance of the Mahabharata. Let's read what he is saying, because these two has very important consequences for the consideration of the individual and of the composition of the individual and of the moral education, of course, of the individual, which is to be followed and built. Gandhiji says the Mahabharata is not history, it is a Dharma grant. The battle described here is therefore a struggle between Dharma and Adharma. The epic describes the battle ever raging between the countless Kauravas and Pandavas dwelling within us. It is a battle between the innumerable forces of good and evil, which become personified in us as virtues and vices. We shall leave aside the question of violence and non-violence and say that this Dharma Grantha was written to explain man's duty in this inner strife. Excuse me. This problem. Excuse me. And what can we gain from this passage, which conceals so many important things? Well, as you can see, Gandhi interprets the Mahabharata in a metaphorical way. The battle of Mahabharata is actually the battle between the good and evil present in each individual. This means that individuals are composed out of forces of evil and forces of good. The individual psychic condition is not evolved. Forces of evil and of good are present in the individual. In particular, the individual has vices in himself. There are bad components which the individual has to reckon with and to face. Besides, there is a strife between good and evil within the individual. The condition of inner strife means that the individual can explode. This has consequences both for the individual and for the society. That is, the individual can be a danger if they do not accept a precise way of education. The presence of evil forces means that the individual can be bad. As a consequence, the individual cannot remain indifferent if he wishes to reach a right moral formation, and unless he wants to remain exposed to a conflict situation. From the awareness of the presence of bad components in the individual, the question arises if and how the individual can be liberated from these bad components. There is an inner strife within the individual, but the individual has duties in relation to this strife. He may not simply take note of it. The individual ought to act in an appropriate way in relation to this strife. He may not resign to the presence of this strife. The individual may not simply live his own condition. How to counteract the presence of evil. There may not be, in Gandhi's view, any acceptance of the human nature as it is. Gandhi does not stop with the consideration of the inner condition of the individual, but he adds that the Mahabharata has been written in order to express the duty of the individual. The presence of evil and of an inner strife in the individual does not mean that the individual may remain passive. The individual ought to become aware of his own condition and ought to educate himself correspondingly. The fact that the individual has this composition does not mean that he is not responsible for his life and for his behavior. The right moral development can be reached only through the engagement of the individual. The individual ought to take a decision on his future moral constitution. Since vices are present in him, the individual ought to learn the way to the right moral formation. I'm passing now to some further remarks of Gandhiji on this internal battle, which is within us, within each of us. What he is saying? He's saying the battlefield described here is primarily the one inside the human body. Here, the physical battle is only an occasion for describing the battlefield of the human body. In this view, the names mentioned are not of persons, but of qualities which they represent. What is described is the conflict within the human body between opposing moral tendencies imagined as distinct figures. It is the human body that is described as Kurukshetra, as Dharmakshetra. The individual is as we see, constitutively divide in different forces which are able to produce in virtues or vices. Mutually opposing tendencies are present in the individual. There is a conflict within the individual. The individual has in himself mutually conflicting forces. As a consequence, the individual may not remain in a state of inaction provided he really aims to reach a moral education. The individual ought to act in order to reach a right moral formation. The responsibility begins once the individual knows that he is a composed entity. The individual responsibility is to decide whether the individual wants to let go of virtue or vice in himself. Thus, Gandhiji, now in an actually short number of words, has delivered us many items for reflection. Individuals are composed entities, and they are bad forces in themselves. The condition of internal conflict could be externalized into the social texture. Historical phenomena consequently have their root, their origin, and their cause in the internal structure of the individual. The Mahabharata gives for Gandhi the explanation of the origin of the evil in the individual and the society. The evil is partially within the individual, with all the consequences of this presence. This does not mean that the individual is only evil, but it means that the evil exists in the individual and, as a consequence, in the social dimension. The remedy against the presence of the problem of the presence of evil in the society is not to be solved unless the condition of conflict of the individual is at least limited. And on knowledge and learning, Gandhiji says, it is stated in the Gita itself that everyone, whether a woman, a Vaisya, or a Sudra, can acquire spiritual knowledge if they have devotion to God. All the same, learning should not be slighted. To understand any matter, one must have the knowledge which comes from learning. Learning proves to be basic, as previously announced, for the development of the individual. The spiritual knowledge can be reached, but the learning process is necessary. The spiritual knowledge constitutes the foundation for the understanding of all aspects of reality. Gandhi's general attitude towards revelation, truth, and individual moral growth consists in the conviction that the knowledge of revelation modifies the mind of the individual. The meditation on the revelation will modify the individual. The revelation gives to the individual the acquaintance with another dimension of reality, i.e., the dimension of divinity. The spiritual knowledge modifies the consideration of the reality which the individual has. The condition for improving sattva in the individual consists in developing his level of spiritual knowledge. And G adds, if a person overcomes rajas and tamas, he can create sattva. All the three exist in us. We should make a special effort to cultivate that which we want to strengthen. Gandhi's intent and program are already clear in this statement. Constitutively, the three factors are within the individual. Morally, the individual ought to decide which factor he wants to strengthen. The responsibility belongs to the individual. If the individual wishes to strengthen sattva, the individual ought to follow the learning process which enables him to understand his condition in the world and his duties in the world. Throughout Gandhi's meditation on Gita, Gandhi states that the individual can, at least up to a certain level, improve himself. There is for the individual no predetermination to become or to be evil. Each individual is affected by limits as regards his moral development. These limits are due to his corporal dimension. Nonetheless, each individual can develop himself at least up to a certain level. One of the duties which an individual has during his corporeal life is to let sattva grow and to let rajas and tamas diminish. The composition everyone finds in himself between sattva, tamas, and rajas should be shifted through one's own education and consequent deeds to the advantage of sattva and to the disadvantage of rajas and tamas. The development of education lies at the basis of the moral improvement of the individuals and consequently at the basis of the moral improvement of the whole society. Changing the individual towards a better moral condition means creating the foundation of a better society. And about this point, Gandhiji says, the only way of rising to this state beyond the three gunas is to cultivate the sattvic quality. But in order to rise to that state, one is required to cultivate the virtue of fearlessness, humility, sincerity, and so on. So long as we live in the body, there is some evil, some violence. The most, therefore, that we can do is to be sattvic in the highest degree possible. The state beyond the three gunas can only be imagined. It does not seem possible to maintain it in action. In concrete action, our state must be sattvic in the highest degree. We cannot say even of a seemingly perfect man that he has risen beyond the three gunas. Also, this passage is very rich on a closer outlook. Which is saying the more individuals are limited, the more out individuals to educate themselves. The individual is condemned to have some form of violence in himself because of his corporeal dimension as such. The individual constitutively cannot be free from all forms of violence as long as he is in the corporeal dimension. The individual how to cultivate the virtues connected to sattva in order that the balance existing in him between sattva, tamas, and rajas could be shifted to the advantage of sattva. Sattva will increase, whereas tamas and rajas will diminish. But what is Gandhiji saying about individual limitation? He says very much in the discourses of Gita, and we have chosen this quotation for the present discussion. He says, quite interesting, the cravings of the senses die away only when we cease to exist in the body. This is a terrible statement to make, but the Gita does not shrink from stating terrible truths. Truth does not remain hidden because it is not stated. Moksha is the supreme end, and even yogis can experience it only in contemplation. We must therefore say that the dweller in the body cannot be free while he dwells in it. The prisoner is in jail, and the king promises him that he will be released. But till he is actually released, he cannot be said to have come out of cage. He can only imagine his condition after release. In the same way, if there is anyone waiting to receive and greet the Atman on its release, he cannot do that as long as it remains imprisoned in this cage of the body. And this cannot but be so. How can it be otherwise? That state after release will be different from the state before it. And moreover, it says truth is so profound and great a thing that as we think more and more about it, we realize that to have a direct experience of it, we should completely shed our attachment to the body and yearn every moment for moksha. As we think of moksha in this light, its value in our eyes should daily increase. If it is the most important thing in life, it should be clear to us that it cannot be attained while we live in this body. Till the gate of the body prison has opened, the fragrance of moksha is beyond our experience. Whether terrible or not, this is the truth. And also here we have to face a very profound piece of meditation of Gandhiji about the teachings of Gita, and we can extract very many contents. We have found for the present discussion the following reflections. That is, in spite of the fact that the truth which expresses the individual condition is hard, the individual how to learn it and to accept it, can be pleased for the knowledge of the truth in spite of its hardness. To know the truth is necessary in order to be aware of one's own limits. The release from the senses can take place only after the end of the corporeal existence. The condition of moksha cannot be reached until the individual lives in the body. The cravings of the senses disturb the individual. The senses are always present in the individual. The individual constitution is condemned to be disturbed by the senses until the individual is in the corporeal dimension. Excuse me? The condition of moksha is a condition which can be reached only through contemplation, even for yogis. Moksha is reachable during the corporeal life only by yogis, provided the yogis are in the condition of contemplation. The individual cannot remain in the condition of contemplation during the corporeal life. And therefore, moksha is not a condition in which the individual can thrive with stability during the corporeal life. Hence, there is no way of liberation from the influence of the senses during the corporeal life. The individual has to take notice and to be aware of his own limits. To have limited thought does not mean that the individual has no duty as regards the development of his own personality. The positive condition for the individual is to be free from the bodily influences. Therefore, the individual ought to try to become as next as possible to the absence of the corporeal dimension. The limit present in the individual corporeal condition, nonetheless, can teach to the subject to be as next as possible to the condition in which the subject will be without the body. If to be without the body is to be free from the influence of the body, if the positive condition is to be without the body, then the individual ought to try to limitate his condition insofar as the subject tries to detach himself from the body. The attachment to the body ought to become weaker. And some points, some further points about the limitation which are connected to the very individual condition. Gandhiji is saying, excuse me, the reign of the three gunas prevails throughout the universe. A cooking or other utensil is an inert object, but it contains air inside. Likewise, everything is provided by the spirit. Existing apart from the three gunas is God. We have to merge in him. Even if we cultivate the sattvic qualities to the highest perfection in us, something of rajasic and tamasic will remain. But without worrying ourselves about this, we should continue to strive and cultivate fine and finer sattvic qualities in us, for the impulses which agitate us the least and consume the least amount of our energy are sattvic impulses. And also here we can gain teachings. That is, Gandhi insists that elements of Rajas and of Tamas will remain in the individual. Tamas and Rajas are not completely eliminable until the individual is in the corporeal dimension. Only God is beyond the three gunas. The individual is composed of the three gunas. Therefore, the individual cannot completely eliminate the gunas in him. He cannot go completely beyond them during his corporeal life. His aim how to be to merge with God, even though there are limits connected to his own condition. In spite of the fact that negative components will always be present in the individual ought to continue his work of self-improvement. The fact that individuals are constitutively imperfect beings entails that the individual ought to educate themselves continuously. The individual ought to reach the moral foundation, and nothing is reached once and for all within the corporeal dimension. The individual ought to steadily pay attention to the stability and endurance of his moral character, and the individual how to try to reach, maintain, and strengthen it. And also regards Hamsa, have problems with limitation. Gandhiji says clearly, it is impossible in this body to follow Hamsa fully. That is why moksha is laid down as the supreme end of life. Violence is inescapable. Evil is inner in action, the Gita says further on. Also, here we can see there are clear limits put to the human capabilities. In spite of all efforts, element of violence and of evil will remain. Gandhi clearly states, as regards the possibility to follow and to realize ahimsa in a complete, in a perfect way, that this realization is not possible for human beings. Everyone has to become aware of one's own limitation. In the corporeal dimension, it is not possible to concretize in one's own self a perfect doctrine of ahimsa. The point, of course, may not lead to the renounce and trying to realize ahimsa as best as possible. On the contrary, the awareness of one's own defects ought to lead everyone to multiply their efforts towards the realization of ahimsa. The individual ought both to be aware of his own limitation and to act against these limitations. Far from being an excuse for him, the awareness of his limitation leads to an exhortation of developing his nature so that his limitation exercise as little influence as possible. The presence of limitation in the individual cannot lead the individual to indifference. The individual is called to realize that his best is our nature. The fact that he cannot reach perfection may not exempt him from being attentive to improve his own nature. In spite of the individual limitation, it should not be forgotten, therefore, that Gandhiji insists on the individual duties and on the responsibility deriving from the presence and existence of individual duties. Capacities endow the individual and give to the individual the responsibility and the duty to improve himself morally. Nobody is allowed to say that she cannot reach the spiritual knowledge and the corresponding level of moral growth and of moral education. If the individual wants to improve himself, he can do it. Now we can see something else which is, in our opinion, very, very relevant to Gandhiji's meditation. I am going towards the conclusion, but this quotation is, in my opinion, very, very impressive. Gandhiji says, Krishna is the Atmanas, who is our charioteer. We can win only if we hand over the reins of the chariot to him. God makes us dance like the master in a puppet show. We are smaller than even puppets. We should therefore trust everything to God as children to parents. Let us not eat uncooked stuff. Let Krishna the cook prepare and give us what food of grace will for our Atma. The Gita does not decide for us. But if, whenever faced with moral problem, you give up attachment to the ego and then decide what you should do, you will come to know how. This is the substance of the argument which Sri Krishna has expanded into 18 chapters. And perhaps the main point is the Gandhiji's affirmation that the Gita does not decide for us. The Gita does not decide for us. Individuals are autonomous, are independent. They have free will and free choice. To renounce the attachment to the ego implies to be able to adopt a universal point of view, which is no longer restricted in the limitation of the individuality and in the particularity. Until the individual remains enchained in ourselves, the individual will not be able to reach a point of view which is compatible with the other ones. The ego separates the individuals from each other. The way to the moral right behavior consists in the detachment from the ego and in the recognition of the common nature of Atman. The acknowledgement and recognition of the common nature of Atman proved to be the foundation of the right behavior. The awareness of the common nature of Atman unites the different individuals. And Gandhiji says also, one will not shed the sense of I and mine till one has attained knowledge. One can attain self-realization only if one sheds his attachment to the ego. We can follow through only in the measure that we shed our attachment to the ego. And within the individual, there can be a conflict between mind and senses. In general, the attachment to the senses is a danger for the individual, as we can see from the following quotation. Gandhiji says, a pleasure-loving man wastes his time in aimless wandering. He must have new suits of clothes every day. He eats and drinks what pleases his palate and goes about dressed in finery. If one of his pleasure-loving senses is so shipping that he seeks gratification anywhere and anyhow, and if his mind is totally enslaved by this one sense, it will drag his intellect behind it as the wind drives a ship before it in the sea and wrecks it on a rock or runs it aground. Thus, the man whose senses are completely out of his control and whose mind is totally enslaved by one of them will be ruined through gradual stages explained earlier as a consequence of attachment. If the mind is enslaved by even a single sense, one is lost. And further on, he says, he who leaves his senses no longer subject to attachments and aversions and perfectly under his control becomes fit for God's grace. What is the natural work of the here? We describe the man as established in samadhi when his Atman abides in serene contents in itself. His senses must be under his perfect control. The hers of a man whose mind has become one point must have become the servants of his Atman. Actually, however, we are the slaves of our senses. From this slavery, we must win Swaraj for the Atman. The earth should in fact listen only to the diving music of the Atman. They would not then hear even the loud beating of drums, while the Atman dwells in this body. It should live as the latter's master and God, and use the senses to do only their natural work. And also here it is very rich what Gandhiji is saying. Gandhi individuates a dualism between mind and sense. The influence of the senses and the corporal dimension brings the individual away from Atman and from truth. Since the senses individualize the person, the senses and the corporal dimension represent an hindrance for the individual. They enslave and enclose the individual into a limited particular dimension, and the individuals are slaves of their senses. The fact that the individual is slave of his own senses does not imply, however, that the individual may not act against this slavery. The individual has the precise duty to acquire self-government for the Atman. The Atman, not the sense dimension, how to direct the individual. If Atman governs the individual is actually governed by himself, since his very nature is Atman. The government of Atman over the individual proves to be, on closer inspection, self-government of the individual himself. The self-governance begins from the individual becoming aware of his being essentially Atman. It goes ahead with the individual fulfilling the process of letting his life to be conducted by Atman, and ends up in the individual bringing his new conditioning to the political dimension. Self-governance begins with the relation of the individual to Atman. While control of the sense dimension is the first indispensable step to direct one's whole mind to Atman. If the influence of the senses is at least partially limited, and the bounds of the ego too are partially limited, the individual will be transferred into a more open position. The way to Atman is the way out of limitation connected to the individuality. The self-government of the individual has precise political consequences, since it means the abandonment of the separation between individuals. Reach Atman, how to be the target. The individual how to be aware that his position is the beginning of his life. At disadvantage one, the sense and generally the corporal dimension represents a dangerous hindrance for the individual and for his moral development. Senses can enslave and enclose the individual into a limited dimension. When control of the sense dimension is therefore the first indispensable step in order to reach Atman. Now, as in order to reach the conclusion, at the beginning I have said that the transition from Asat to Sat is, is something like a synthesis of the project of Gandhiji. And here we can find something which is of his quotation, of his meditation, which is next to the quotation of the Priyadavayaka Upanishad. He says, Aum Tat Sat means that all that exists is Aum, that our I is unreal, that God alone is and nothing else is real, that we are all running after things in vain. That is, that we have to pass from the dimension of asat, of inauthenticity, to a dimension of authenticity, of realness, from unreality to realness. We will now conclude our remarks with a quotation of Gandhi which connects firmness of mind and satyagraha. We can read here. Let us therefore cultivate firmness of mind. If we do not let the senses distract the mind, we can become fit for satyagraha. And so, in order to conclude now, the condition for reaching satyagraha lies in the education of the mind. In order to be able to be fit for satyagraha, individuals have to reach the condition of firmness of mind. This condition can be reached only through the assimilation to truth and to the meditation or revelation. The foundation of the whole behavior of the individual, and in particular of the moral right behavior of the individual, depends on the meditation or revelation and on the change in himself produced by the knowledge of revelation. If the individual aims to reach a new dimension, he needs truth. The foundation which are transmitted through Gita are, for instance, Atman is the common essence of the individuals. There are no separate existences of the individuals. Separateness of existence is only appearance. The individual how to recognize that Atman is their common essence. They how to acknowledge that they all are one entity. The individuals how to detach themselves from their own ego as a consequence of their acknowledging Atman as their common essence. The individual how to put himself under the government of Atman by separating himself as much as possible from the influence of his corporeal dimension and of his own ego and of his egotism. These foundations are both foundation for the individual moral behavior and for the political action. The foundation of the right political action means the context of the revelation, since only the contents of the revelation make available, through and thanks God's own manifestation throughout the Gita, the basis elements of knowledge of the order of reality, of the place of the individual in the reality, of the human condition, of the right way of relationship between individuals and reality, and of the right moral behavior of individuals. The common nature of Atman is a law of reality, which can be applied to the particular political circumstances, problems, and controversies. The recognition of the common nature of Atman will imply the abandonment of the ego. Of course, Gita cannot give the answers to the particular problems of politics, but it can give you the due disposition how to handle with the particular problems and questions of politics. The common nature of Atman of all individuals, for instance, could not justify the strategy of marginalization or of exclusion for persons or groups, since marginalization would amount to go against this common belonging to Atman. Gita's teaching represents, therefore, the constitutive disposition for politics. Gandhi is clear about as regards the authentic aims of the individual life, that is to strengthen sattva in himself, and as regards the individual responsibility to strengthen sattva in himself. Rajas and tamas how to be put under control. To create sattva, how to be the moral aim of the individual life. The individual is not immediately a complete entity as regards his own nature. Its components are given, but the evolution of the components depends on the individual choice. He is a dynamic, not a static entity. Therefore, the development of the individual is a matter of individual responsibility and individual choice. The development of education lies at the basis of the moral improvement of the individuals and consequently at the basis of the moral improvement of the society. We thank you very much. And of course, I thank you very much for the invitation, for the wonderful acceptance. And I am sorry that Ms. Katibuwo could not participate and read her part of the PowerPoint, but I have read for the both of us. I thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gyan. And today I realize that you are Rishi of Europe, modern Rishi of Europe. And given by you here is not only the foundation of individuals' morals, but also the foundation of global peace, which is the real element of Indian spirituality. As you have mentioned, Asto Ma Sadgame, Om Tat Sat. Similarly, Mahatma Gandhi prayed regularly in his prayer that Sabko Sanmati De Bhagwan, Ishwar Allah Tere Naam. So I think that points and thoughts put by you here as moksha, knowledge of truth, duty of a leader, of a true leader, and God's revelation, because as we know that Mahatma Gandhi took idea of from Leo Tolstoy that kingdom of gods is within us. So similarly, you have put your ideas here. So I am very happy and very thankful to you from on the behalf of Gandhi Study Circle and on the behalf of Ram Lal Anand College. Our students blessed very well. Thank you so much. Now I invite to Dr. Manisha Pal. She will present her paper. on Gandhian thoughts and global peace, education among all through Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Dr. Manisha Pal.
Geetu, please check if she needs to be unmuted. Please enable her camera as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, I was trying to unmute, but I think host is not allowing me to unmute. Now it's possible. Now it's possible. Thank you, Krishna sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to present my paper. I cannot start my video, sir. I cannot start my video. Can you please, the host, can you please allow me to start my video?
Yeah, please allow her to enable her video.
Yeah. You cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay.
Okay, but can I not start my video? Okay. Is that it has to be stopped, or should I continue? Am I audible
Just
to
wait for a
everybody?
second. Just wait for a
Yes.
second. You're trying to do that.
So you are audible, but means
Okay.
your video is not.
त्यागी जी कंटिन्यू
Yes, sir.
अभी कर रहे हैं.
Actually, sir, it says that now it
Yes.
is.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Now you are visible.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Okay. Okay. So we continue and we okay, here, this is my presentation. Thank you. I would like to thank everybody, pay my regards to the Gandhi Circle team, to RLA College, all the professors, and my gratitude to Krishna sir as well. And thank you, Gian Segalerba. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I think it was a really wonderful presentation. Okay, we have learned a lot of things, and I think my presentation also includes a lot of the similar things, but in a different manner. But I really appreciate your knowledge that being from a state, not from India, you have really thoroughly worked on each and every aspect of Bhagavad Gita, starting from Atman, the entity, and then going towards the moksha. I have small questions, but I don't know if we get time, we can continue with it. So here my presentation going, I'm sharing the screen now. So the presentation is on. Is my presentation visible to everybody? Is my presentation visible to everybody?
Yes. Please.
Hello, can I get the response, please? Okay, okay.
No, it's not visible.
The thought actually I have here. Okay, it says my internet connection is unstable. Okay, it's fine. It's done. It's done. Okay, so this is Gandhi and his relation to Bhagavad Gita, Ram Nam chant, and his beliefs, what he has learned through his learnings and through his experiments. Why we are able to bring Gandhi on this global platform, although he was a political leader, and political leader with a very strong belief on satya, means truth. So it is very difficult for any political leader to stay on truth. And but in his childhood, he got this niyama, he got his bhakti towards satya. So talking about truth, and he ultimately towards the end of life, it seems that he has attained that. So being a he remained peacemaker always. He tried resolving issues through non-violence, but the irony was that he was shot dead. So, and the last thing that was talked about, that is the last name he was chanting was Hey Ram, and that I'll be discussing that how through Bhagavad Gita it comes that every person says that by the end of our life we will chant, we will say Ram and we'll get the moksha. So because it is said in the Bhagavad Gita and in the Bhagavatam also that when we take our last breath, if we take Ram Nam, so how it is easy, means how you can attain moksha through that. Now, but it is only possible through practice, abhyas, and vairagya, the attachment. But it only comes if we really process our things. So Bhagavad Gita, it has been like more than, for Gandhi, it was like a mother. And he always, whenever he has any kind of problems, he used to go to him as a child goes to his mother. So what kept Gandhi untouched of sorrow and pain in his life tragedies? It is Bhagavad Gita only. I think his firm belief towards his mother Bhagavad Gita kept him untouched. And after such a long century, we are able to talk about his views. He's still alive in our minds some way or the other. And it is a result, it is the outcome of Bhagavad Gita, which prevails the message of truth. And what is truth? Truth is an ultimate truth. So now the basic idea that I would like to bring here is how he related to Gita, Bhagavad Gita, and how the Bhagavad Gita can be related to a global peace. So it is a very, in a simplistic manner, I would like to explain that suppose in our lives, we come across so many issues among our relationships, among our own self, taking breakfast, not eating something, taking something, liking something, disliking something. So, but everything has to ultimately settle down in a peace. Means you, even if something comes to you, you don't like it, but you take it, or you don't take it, but you remain calm. You remain in a sambhav. So this is basically peace, and this peace can come only when you are in a balanced state of mind. We'll discuss what is mind. But see, the important thing is each and every aspect of our life has to be resolved in a peaceful manner. First, we have to resolve inside, and then we can talk about the global peace. So now here, the next slide clearly shows about this. This is a simple understanding of Bhagavad Gita and the global peace and the Gandhi. So Bhagavad Gita has talked about the different entities of various colors. Yes, it has been always, Bhagavad Gita also talks about Sattva, Raj, and Tam. That if we really try to analyze our day by the end of the day, we'll find that how it was throughout the day, how it varied among Sattva, Raj, and Tama. Sometimes when you had some anger on somebody, you were quite angry on something. So this is a tamas, more of tamas, but it also varies in the percentage. How much angry you were? You were annoyed, you didn't say anything, but you fight it. That is a tamasic. But this is what every time in a day, throughout a day, we are leading Sattva, Raj, and Tama. So we have to analyze at the end of the day how much we have been sattvic. So it depends on each entity. Now each entity, I would like to say that each entity wants peace. Each entity, the green, the blue, and the purple, each entity is moving towards this complete Om. Because without Om, this is a Paramatma, this is a complete entity, this is a complete peace, which each entity is related to in a different manner. But it has its own likes, dislikes, its own ambitions, its own desires to accomplish, which has been carried out from his last birth because of his prarabdha karma, the karma he is performing today. We don't know, we forget person who lives in his body. Today, if we'll go to to pay homage to somebody who is dead. After coming back, we'll forget that. We think that we will be alive forever here in this world. It's not like this. We are also going to be at the same place after some time. What are we doing with our karmas? We have to see that how much we have related, means how much we have been related to this Om, how much time it will take more for us to reach here. So this was, we cannot say that how much Gandhi was really reached to this particular state, but yes, the end time he said, hey Ram, it is not an easy thing. It can only come through practice and vairagya, means detachment. In chapter 2 Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan says that until and unless, Arjun, you keep practicing detachment from the world, detachment from the likes, dislikes, the energies, your desires, you won't be able to attain moksha. You won't be able to detach yourself from this worldly atmosphere. You have to come again and again to complete your small desires. So ultimately, you have to become desireless. Now, what is peace and what is mind? I don't know if I can interact much with the people. It's if anybody wants to say, anybody from the participants can say single thing on mind and peace. Anybody wants to say? What is mind? What is peace? Okay, I continue. So how can we attain peace? This entity is just striving for attaining peace, which is here actually. Why? Because they think that these entities, they think that after completing one desire, I will be peaceful, I will be happy, I will be in ananda. But no, after completing that particular desire, you have another desire to accomplish. So this way, we are not exactly reaching towards the ultimate peace, ultimate truth, ultimate ananda. So we still have a long way to go. We have to actually, this is how we can attain it. We can attain it when we become desireless. We don't have even a single desire. We just have what is a way out of to it. We have to replace our materialistic desire with a spiritual desire. Okay, let's go. Let's find out. The mind is given a work. The mind is given a work that let's find out have an inner exploration. That is a Indian tradition that go inside. Don't go outside. This is a work. The entity, the Atman, because of the sattvic nature, can give to mind. Go and search. Where are you? Where are you? Who are you? What are you searching for? Do you find love here? Do you find lust here? What is this? What are you searching for? This is the question that after getting answers to that, you get peace. Slowly, you move towards the internal peace, inner peace, and then we can move towards the global peace. First, we have to move inside and find out what is peace. Are we peaceful inside? No, we are not peaceful inside. That's why we are fighting out. So what is mind and where it is located? This is also an important question. The peace of mind, actually, the mind in the Western tradition, Gandhi has absolute faith on Gita. That's why he was talking about mind, peace, Bhagavad Gita. He always remained near to it, some way or the other, because of his foundation that his mother has given to him, the Bhagavad Gita teachings, the Ramanama chanting, and the way of life that his mother has given a lot of inspiration to him some way or the other. So now it is in the Western tradition, it is basically a faculty that perceives things and like analyze your desires, understands, and make some perceptions about something and all. But in the Indian philosophies, it has a lot of power, and it is not only something. There is a beyond concept of self, where actually the Indian and the Western culture diverges, because in the Indian tradition, it is self that we have to that for which the Krishna has been guiding Arjuna. That everybody is already dead. You just have to play your role, Arjuna, and just attain that self, which is the ultimate thing. And self is that, self is this, self is this, Self is this, the ultimate truth, the peace, a basic peace. And the Western tradition basically pays attention to the mind. So if mind is satisfied, that's why there is always changing to the partner, changing to the house, changing. There is always change. Change is inevitable. We need change, of course. But change to inside, you think that you are more getting sattvic, you're getting sattvic inside and getting peaceful inside, so that you spread a message of peace as Gandhi was able to relate to. So next slide. Gandhi actually, yeah, okay, so sorry. It was important for Gandhi believed that it is important to think freely, and religion and politics, it is said that they are two different things, but the culture in which the person, the political guide or the political member is born and brought up, it cannot be removed from his political influences. This is truth. This is a fact, actually. And then global peace, this is also a political matter, because there are certain forces which do not want you to remain peaceful, and that is all the game of these entities, because there are some entities which are trying to remain, they are unbalanced because they are not peaceful inside. So they, some way or the other, they create violence in some way or the other. That's life, actually. That's life. And this will continue. This is that's why the sattva, raja and tamas gun are created. When there is asura, there is a dev also. So there is always a fight among demons and the devas. So this keeps, they are not outside, actually, they are inside. So we have to first work on ourselves, and we find out that how the concept of self we can bring up, and which is this Arjuna was in a personal dilemma only because he was not able to identify himself as self, Om. And he was mainly engaged with the mind that, oh, they are my parents, they are my family members, how can I fight with them, how can I fight against them? So now the location of the mind is a difficult thing for common people, but yes, it has been in the video of the Jaggu Vasudevan. If anybody has time, can go through and they can watch that where is mind located, and he has explained it quite nicely, that how these 5 kosha works: Annamaya, Pranmaya, Anandamaya, Gyanmaya, Vigyanmaya, and Anandamaya kosh. So how it Manomaya, Manomaya is the mind, third kosh, third sheet. So how it forms, and the food that we eat also affects the Manomaya mind. Which is different from the intellect, the wisdom. So what is the food for this? The food is Bhagavad Gita. The food is good literature. Actually, the idea is of thoughts. Basically, Swami Shivananda has already talked about thought. That each entity is different from other entity, the other Atman, because on the basis of the thoughts. So if you really want that your thought get purified, you have to work on your mind. So they are interrelated, actually. So if you're even a single emotion, if I think that, oh, Jian Segalerba has given us such a wonderful speech, Dr. Krishna has already praised him so much, and he really was enlightened by his speech. So this is an emotion, this is a thought. And if I think bad about something, it immediately creates a kind of chemical compositions in me, and that will make me unbalanced, that will make me unstable person. That Gandhi has already talked about in a chapter, Discourses of Gita, that how an unstable mind can lead towards distraction. So how we can make him the mind, how we can make mind peaceful through Patanjali Sutras, Bhagavad Gita. We can easily make the mind and the senses in control. Yama, niyam, asan, pranayam, pratyahara, everything like this, dhyan, samadhi. Slowly, we are able to control our senses, which will make us peaceful, which will make each entity peaceful. So, but it depends on his prarabdha karma, at how he takes his life, actually. And yeah, the food for the mind, what is the food? The literature. For the mind, the literature is a food, which says that if we go for the bad literature, then that's why Gandhi has enforced the education in regional languages and culture, because in every regional language and culture, the mother and the father, they teach you the moral stories through oral tradition, and you easily gain that. But if you take it in a different language, you are not able to take that culture. So take a literature which bring moral values among your children, among the young people. So Swami Shivananda has already cursed the bad literature because it really pollutes the minds of the youngs. So now here, so the food for the mind is good literature, listening to the scriptures, that will make you peaceful entity. And then the 5 elements that that Gandhi's life was firmly, that Gandhi believed on the naturopathy very strongly, and how the Bhagavad Gita in chapter 7, it has discussed about that how earth, water, fire, air, and the space, akasha, the ether, is said in the Bhagavad Gita. So how they are related to us, nobody, I think, I don't know, in modern life, people are getting quite modern. They hardly teach their children to pray that this body will go, the body is made up of these 5 elements, and this body will go after some time. So whenever you get up in the morning, just pray that, thanks, give the Panchabhutaye Namaha, say salutations to these Panchabhuta, because this is every day, you are losing your body. We are losing our name, Manisha Pal. Every day, she's losing this identity. I mean, she'll be going after some time. She's not going to remain always here. And now, like Gandhi is able to bring, why Gandhi is on the global platform, because he was able, he seems to be desireless. Only this political desires, yeah, he had that, okay, brotherhood, remain in brotherhood. But yeah, he always remained peaceful. He always remained in a sambhav, tried to remain in a sambhav. And he was very devoted towards his prayers, and his devotion can be seen today also. When I am talking about Gandhi, I think I can see that the kind of devotion I am having, the devotion that Gandhi's team has, the RLA college people have, all the participants are having, they are listening to us. So this is all devotion. Because of devotion only we can do that. Without devotion, nothing is possible. And complete surrender to Bhagwan. So we have, the entity can be peaceful only if we are desireless, if we have whatever we do it with complete devotion. And we should not have pride. We should not have ahankara, that, oh, I am doing it, nobody else could have that. Oh, I have done so much. It is difficult, but it takes time. It depends on entity, each entity, that what kind of sanskaras he has been developing, or she has been developing. So it is a process. It will not be done in a day or two, or in a movement. So you have to work on it. Suppose if you want to cook rice, you have to wash the rice, you have to put it on the fire, and then everything has a process. So this is also a process, that if you really want to purify yourself, give your mind a good literature, think that you have to become peaceful inside, then only you can spread peace outside. And this way, do everything for God. The last important point is that how you are doing. You are surrendering each and every action to Bhagwan. Until and unless you surrender all your actions to Bhagwan, it is impossible. You can never become peaceful. So now the Gandhi was already related to it, and till his last breath, he was peaceful. He was not at all annoyed that who has killed me. No, he said, "Hey Ram." With the way he said, "Hey Ram," it was peaceful, in a peaceful manner. He hardly had any raga or dvesha for the person who has killed him with violence. Throughout his life, he was talking about non-violence, and the end he was shot dead. Oh my God. So it's like we don't know what life has for us. Now, why one should get educated via Bhagavad Gita? Because it is a gist of life. Because if it tells you how to live your life and it tells you how to die, it tells you that how you have to leave this body, how you have to remain blissful throughout your life. It tells you, it guides you. That's why Bhagavad Gita is the only way. The children, the parents get scared that in case of the children, they start chanting Bhagavad Gita. Arey yaar, ye to sadhu ban jayega. Arey yaar, ye to sannyasi ho jayega. Or youngsters say, Arey yaar, tu kya Gandhi Wandi ke chakra mein pad gaya hai? Why you are into Gandhi? You don't have anything else to do. Or why you are into Bhagavad Gita? Arey tu sannyasi hoga. Are you getting into sage? No, this is not a way of life. Until and unless you read the good literature, how you are going to live your life? People hardly have time for this. People have time to go to the parties. People have time to go drinks. What? So it is a way, only way to lead a life in a righteous manner. So we have to see that how we are bringing our youngsters, the young people, the children, how we are upbringing them, in what way. Secondly, whenever if you are becoming mother, if you're getting married, it's okay. Not getting married, that's your choice. But the important thing is that the entity move towards Om. Each entity move towards Om. You're not getting married and thinking of something, not a celibacy from inside, that is also bad. Getting married, giving birth to the children and giving them in the name of modern education, people are giving them the different ways towards everything bad. So that will not bring a good culture among the young people. So now, according to the Indian philosophy, we always say Om. Om is an important thing, so that the person who has left his body should get into the same entity, get into the same Paramatma. So Om Shanti, and we don't say rest in peace. So conclusion is, by applying the principles of Bhagavad Gita, along with the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, that Yam Niyam Asana Pratyahara, Aparihan, Dhyan Samadhi, all the 8 sutras, it is important that each entity make itself discipline and we attain a complete peace first inside and then outside. So this is important. And with what Professor Gian Segalerba started, I am ending. So it's mantra for peace. So I will say that Om Asatoma Sadagamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you so much. These are the references. There are a lot of more references, but I could not type in here. And I end my slide. I end my presentation with the words of Hari Om Tassat. I'm surrendering all my thoughts, words, actions, and relationships to Bhagwan. हमारे सभी विचार, हमारे सभी वचन, हमारे सभी कर्म और हमारे सभी संबंध हमें ईश्वर की ओर ही ले जाते हैं. Hari Om Tassat, बाकी सब गपशप. So this is Hari Om Tassat. It's from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 13 shloka. Thanks for your patience. And the end, I really want to give my regards to Dr. Devendra Kumar, who is not among us, and he had been very hardworking and a very important member of the Gandhi Study Circle. So we apologize for all our mistakes to him, and we say Om Shanti. Hari Om Tassat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Manisha, presenting your thoughts in such a beautiful manner, and you have extended the way set by Professor Gian Segalerba, and I hope that our students will follow these learnings given by our speakers, our presenters, and the wisdom, the Vedic wisdom Bhagavatam wisdom, Gita wisdom of India, followed by Mahatma Gandhi. So by these words, I am very thankful to you, Dr. Manisha Pal, and Professor Sega Lerba. Thank you so much. And now, Dr. Pragya Deshmukh. Sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tyagi. Do we have any other presentations?
No presentation, Pragya.
Okay, just one. So we will be winding up this session then.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and we resume at 1:30.
Tyagi
Sorry, 2
ji,
o'clock.
Tyagi
Sir.
ji, any queries, questions? अगर हैं तो questions.
No
No
questions.
No questions. Okay.
No question. Both scholars put their views in a very good manner. So every concept was very clear. So I'm again very thankful to this very clarity of the scholars. Thank you.
I once again thank both the speakers, Dr.
ज्ञानी सर
Manisha
से
Pal
किसी की
and
कोई
Dr.
आध्यात्मिक
Gyan.
पुस्तक के संदर्भ में कोई क्वेरी हो किसी हमारे श्रोता की
Sir means
आप
dear
चैट बॉक्स में देख लीजिए एक बार प्लीज
नहीं है सर कोई भी
ओके
और अगर कोई पूछना चाहता है तो he can ask, he can raise his hand.
जी जी बहुत ही सुंदर और सारगर्भित हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ मैं बड़ा वक्तव्य व्याख्यान इस तरह का और दार्शनिक फिलोसफिकल वे में थैंक यू वेरी मच सर
जी सर थैंक
ज्ञानी सर को नमस्कार
Thank you.
Yes, with this we close the second session and we resume once again at 2 o'clock for the third session, which will be coordinated by Dr. Prerna Devan. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much.
We can start. We have around 50 participants.
Yeah.
Once again, a very good afternoon to all the participants, our esteemed guests. I, Pragya Deshmukh, on behalf of Gandhi Study Circle, Ram Lal Anand College, once again welcome you all to this third session where we have topics that are going to be covered, which include a Gandhian approach to terrorism. And the coordinator for this session is Dr. Prerna Devan, Professor Prerna Devan rather. I welcome you, Dr. Devan, to take over the session from here on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pragya. So welcome back to all the participants of this two-day international conference entitled Gandhi and Global Peace, Gandhi or Vishwa Shanti. So in this session, we have a lecture by Professor Mark Jugenmeyer, but unfortunately, he's undergoing surgery, a knee surgery, which is a major surgery. So he has sent his recording of the lecture that we are going to play for you. It's a half-an-hour recording, and we are really thankful that he could send us that. So now I invite Ayushi to give introduction of Professor Mark. Ayushi, are you there? Ayushi?
You could just check if she needs to be unmuted.
Neeraj, is she being made co-host? Otherwise, I can introduce Professor Mark. Okay. Pragya, should I do it?
Ma'am, please you go ahead. I think she's not available. She's facing some difficulty.
Okay. So Professor Mark is a professor of sociology and global studies, and the Kundan Kaur Kapani Chair of Global and Sikh Studies at the University of California, Santa Barbara, where he is also a fellow and founding director of the Orphalia Center for Global and International Studies. He has co-authored and edited over 20 books, including the award-winning title, Terror in the Mind of the God, The Global Rise of Religious Violence, based on the interviews with religious activists around the world. Another book, the Oxford Handbook of Global Religion, has been done by him. His most recent book is God in the Tumult of the Global Square, Religion in the Global Civil Society, co-authored by Dina Grigo and John Sobsalai. He serves as a general editor of the Oxford University Press Handbooks of Religion Online, and his commentary on contemporary issues of global religion and politics appear in the Huffington Post, The Globalist, Religion Dispatches, The Eminent Frame, and the Yale Global Online, and also on BBC, CNN, and NPR News Media. So we welcome Professor Mark in his absence here, and we wish him speedy recovery. Neeraj, please play the video. Yeah. I hope everyone can see the screen, and video can be started.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yeah. Neeraj, please start it. The voice is not audible. Neeraj?
यस मैम जी कर रहे हैं मैम कर रहे हैं
The voice is not audible, Neeraj. Arya? Okay.
Ma'am, the audio is not reaching. Neeraj ji, please check. There is no audio.
Audio is not audible.
उसमें सिर्फ पीपीटी में वही चलेगा सर
Just checking, Pragya.
Yes, ma'am, no problem.
the inside what it was like to
somebody tell
undertake
us whether it's
Sarvodiya
audible?
service to all.
Whether it's audible? Pragya, is it audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Pragya?
It was. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Not audible, ma'am. Not audible again. I don't know. I think I can't hear. I think participants are also.
I think they're
writing
trying
that
to
it's
understand
not
it, they're trying to make sense of
Yeah, now it's coming. Now
the
it's coming.
rise of a movement
It's
for
coming
which
now.
religion may not have been central in any kind of dogmatic sense, but it was a matter of religious identity and why now? And what did your religion have to do with it? And that started me on a whole trajectory of looking around the world at different cases where religion and nationalism and politics have been fused, sometimes in creative and relatively good ways, and sometimes in awful ways, and sometimes in a form of terrorism. And so this book particularly focuses on those movements of terrorism. You recognize most of these faces, Osama bin Laden and Anders Breivik, the Norwegian who blew up brought guns into a camp near Oslo and started killing people. Timothy Bay, the American terrorist who blew up the Oklahoma City Federal Building. This guy is a young Israeli activist who was accused of killing Palestinians, setting fire to their homes and burning them alive, trying to purge the area of Palestinians. They have Baghdadi, of course, with ISIS, here Ashim Weerwatu with the leader of the movement in the Myanmar against the Rohingya, the leader of the movement in Japan that unleashed the nerve gas in killing a number of people. Then Anand Kunani, who was a minister in the cabinet in Gujarat and was accused and convicted actually of terrorism, of goading on those who were attacking the Muslims innocently in the rural areas, in the suburban areas of Ahmedabad. So these are a variety of different kinds of terrorism. And you're saying, what does that have to do with Gandhi? And often, Gandhi is accused of, well, he works fine if you're dealing with the British, as if the British were all that nice. Maybe people have forgotten Jallianwala Bagh. Being in Punjab, I haven't, but the British were never all that nice. But in any event, if you were dealing with a different kind of enemy, we're dealing with terrorism, for example, would Gandhi really have anything to say about it? The striking thing to me is that Gandhi had a lot to say about terrorism. And in fact, he began his career in writing and the development of Satyagraha in part with terrorism in mind. And it goes back to 1906. This is Gandhi all dressed up. He was in South Africa going to London to meet with the officials, trying to persuade them to treat the people and the Indian people in South Africa with greater decency. That's why he was all duded up. He said, you have to impress these people. He wanted to stay in a good hotel so they wouldn't easily dismiss them. But while he was there, a horrible thing happened. There was an attack by some Indian students, a Dhingra, Punjabi, who attacked the High Commissioner for India and killed him. And Jai Hind jumped off it and was regarded this as a movement, a kind of charge in the movement for Indian nationalism. So there's quite a bit of stir among the expatriate Indian community in London about at the time, but whether this was a good idea, whether terrorism really was a strategy that made sense in India's nationalist movement. So there was a debate, and Gandhi, of course, took the opposite side against the use of terrorism. And there was another young man by the name of Savarkar, who was in London at the time, who justified these attacks as being appropriate for a movement of liberation and fighting force with force. You all know Savarkar, of course, as architect of the concept of Hindutva, who is involved in the founding of the RSS and regarded by many in the BJP as one of their forebears. I also regard Gandhi as one of their forebears, interestingly. But in 1906, they disagreed. And I would love to have been a fly on the wall and to have heard what they said in that debate. Unfortunately, there was no video camera and there was no recording device. But soon after, Gandhi got on a boat and headed back to South Africa. And when he got on the boat, he started writing. His mind must have been full of the thoughts that he had in that debate with Savarkar. And so we really have a pretty good idea of what he said by reading this book. I mean, it was the only book-length writing that Gandhi ever wrote. And he said he wrote so furiously that his hands got cramped and he had to move from one hand to the other to continue writing. And when it was completed, it became, as I said, the one book that Gandhi completed in his lifetime. Its name is Hind Swaraj, or Indian Home Rule. And that book is remarkable in many ways. In some ways by kind of laying out the sort of vision of an Indian nationalism that didn't replicate the sicknesses of the West and things that he thought were corrupt about Western civilization, although he also admired many of the things that had been given by the British to the Indians in their colonial rule, except the British themselves, which he thought should, leave and go back to Britain. But it also talks about how you get there. And he was quite adamant that the means and the ends should not be separate. That if you fight violently, you're going to have a regime based on violence. And so this idea, then when he came back to South Africa, then became a part of a larger strategy of political movement of what was at the time often called passive resistance, non-cooperation movements, attempts to try to get the Indian population to simply use their numbers and their ability to bring the government to a halt by not cooperating. But for Gandhi, that put it, non-cooperation sounds negative. And he wanted another term that he thought would describe this more positively. And so in his magazine, they came up with the idea of satyagraha. Satya being truth, of course, but based on sat, the verb that is, what is real, what is ultimately true. And agraha, to grasp onto something, grasp firmly to truth. That's the method. That's the method. And it is a remarkable method in many ways. I ended up writing a book about it. It's largely a book for my classes that came out of a class that I taught on Gandhi, and I wanted to put it in a form that students could easily understand and try to make an accessible form of conflict resolution, but also an understanding of Gandhi's idea of conflict. I think because in order to understand how Gandhi wanted to resolve conflict, you have to understand how he understood conflict in the first place. Because he always saw any conflict as a kind of angle of vision on the truth. And his point was that there is a truth underlying all reality, including social reality. We just don't know what it is. We don't have that kind of certainty. And conflict, you welcome because it gives you the opportunity to contrast in a sometimes very dramatic and vivid way, your understanding of the truth with somebody else's. And so there are two angles of truth, which ideally you could get at and try to truthful about both sides. It's just a matter of trying to understand them and put them together. That's Gandhi's way. That's the way you deal with conflict. And so I wrote this manual, as I said, to try to make it possible for anybody in any situation in everyday life to see conflict as something that potentially is positive, something that could bring out the best of both sides and form a resolution, a win-win solution that both might accept. And that works well in the social and political sphere as well as it does in the individual sphere. But what does that have to do with terrorism? And one of the cases in my book, these are revised. The true inheritors of that land. Sounds like Israel and Palestine, doesn't it? Well, there are some interesting similarities. But it is a part of Ireland, but it's an area that was settled forcibly by Scottish people from Protestants who, are not Irish or Catholic, but have been there for centuries and feel like, in fact, that's their home. And until fairly recently, they've been in the majority in Northern Ireland, and they have treated the Catholic Irish within that Northern Ireland not with this kind of respect and dignity and equal access to political life that they thought that they deserved. So that was the beginning of the movement. Protests, which then became violent, which were put down even more violently by the British government, made some huge mistakes in trying to quell a hunger fast, for example, through force in a way that simply made things worse. And then as the tensions mounted, there were attacks, terror attacks, black-clad militia in the middle of the night, taking people off and torturing them just hideously in the city of Belfast and other places. Bombings, including in London, horrible bombings. Numbers of people were killed. And it looked like this would go on forever. But it didn't. In part because, even though there was a very starch support for both sides, both the Catholic side and also this firebrand Protestant preacher, Ian Paisley, not the extremists, but the people slightly below them within the movement decided the time had come, that there was enough bloodshed, and they didn't see any way out. And the time had come to try to make some sense of figure out if they could find a way of living together. So with some help of outside mediators, Ian Paisley never joined. Later on, finally, he did come around. But with some mediators, they came to what was called the Good Friday Agreement, because it was settled on Good Friday right before Easter. And it was a remarkable agreement in that it's a document that sets forth a whole system of governance, not for people who trust each other, but just the opposite. For people who don't trust each other, don't like each other, are kind of forced to cooperate with each other. But it gives each a veto power and each an equal number on all commissions, so that neither side feels overwhelmed, that they have to find a way to get together. They don't have the luxury of kind of lording it over at the other. And that agreement is still in force. I mean, it's not perfect. There still has been some tensions, and there were some acts of violence shortly after the agreement. But in general, I've been to Belfast several times over the years, and I remember being there in the midst of the troubles, and it was just like a pitch camp on this big wall down the city, the center of the city of Belfast. But when I was there most recently, there were holes in the wall, and there was a gate where people could go back and forth, and they did. And there were no armed guards around. It was just part of the city and the area that no man's land around the wall has now become a park where people were having picnicking and enjoying themselves. So it's a vastly different Belfast, in part because of the ability to come together, to reason. That is a solution Gandhi would very much have approved of. I'll tell you another, and that's in South Africa, where for years there was the kind of cruel, oppressive regime of the minority white Europeans against the African blacks, and a very violent uprising for a time against them. And yet, through the skillful intervention of this remarkable man, Nelson Mandela, they were able to come to some, the movement itself, the ANC, was able to forge a more moderate kind of role. And eventually, with international pressure, the South African government conceded to the democratic vote of all people. And at the time, the white South Africans were convinced that they would be slaughtered or that they would be deprived of their liberty. They knew how they had treated the blacks, and they expected the blacks, now they were in power, would treat them the same way. But the first president was this remarkable person, Nelson Mandela. This is a movie made about a very interesting moment within his career, played by Morgan Freeman, and at that there's a critical moment in the early part of his career when there was an issue over sports, and most of the blacks favored soccer, and most of the white people in South Africa liked rugby, and Mandela said, "Let's host the World Rugby Cup in Johannesburg." And his people said, "What? Why are we doing that? That's not our game. That's the white people's game." He said, "Precisely. We want them to know that they are part of South Africa. And what better way to show them that than to embrace this game?" So at a high point in the game when South Africans won, Mandela showed up. This is the actual Mandela with the captain of the rugby team, this is the captain, who came from a very racist family. And the movie shows how racist he was and how much the family didn't want him to be cooperating with this black man. So this critical moment, the Mandela says to him, he says, "I'm very proud of you. Thank you for all that you've done." And the captain of the rugby team said, "No, Mr. President, thank you for all you've done." It was an amazing moment. And I think a mark of Mandela's genius and his magnanimity. I've been in South Africa, and I've gone out to the island where he was imprisoned for so many years, and I've seen his cell. And I remember thinking, how could anybody incarcerated in that lonely cell for so long come out of it with the kind of spirit of forgiveness, tolerance, and acceptance in a way that would made it possible to lead a multicultural nation? It's just he's one of the great statespersons of all time, and certainly of recent history. But it was a remarkably Gandhian solution, to find the best features and to try to incorporate them into a new consensus. And of course, Bishop Tutu had a lot to do with that in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where people were encouraged and forced to confront the horrors that had happened during apartheid, and then to try to move beyond it, not to forgive in any kind of cheap way where you were required to forget, but rather to remember and to acknowledge what had happened, and then in that spirit, be able to forgive. It was an amazing thing, and it's a model for conflict resolution throughout the world. But it's so true to Gandhi's spirit to try to not hide from the conflict, not hide from the horrors, but to deal with them in a way that makes it possible to see a vision for the future and to move ahead. And then the other movement I want to mention to you is in quite a different locale, and now in Southern Philippines. This is a movement I've been looking at for several years and related to a book that I just finished. Trying to understand how terrorist movements end. And the interesting thing about this movement is that it's a movement of separate Muslim separatism. This is one little area of the Philippines. It's not Roman Catholic and Christian, but rather Muslim. There used to be an old Muslim kingdom in this area. And they're resisting the kind of attempts at assimilation, one president after the other. And they've insisted that there should be a separate Muslim identity in this area. And to try to make that possible, they've created several guerrilla armies that have been really quite ruthless, quite violent, attacks on government outposts, killing a large number of government agents and military, and regarded by the Philippines as a terrorist organization. The Moro Islamic Liberation Front, MILF. And when I was there just a couple of years ago, there was a horrible incident where one branch of the Muslim movement had been associated with ISIS and had hunkered down and taken over this town of Marari and kind of held it in ransom. And the Philippine government attacked to try to liberate the town. And then with American aircraft power, they essentially destroyed the town in order to save it. This is my picture of how the town looks, just almost decimated. And of course, that very act of violence created more tensions as a result. And part of the reason that they were able to take over the control of the city is that a negotiated settlement that had been worked out by leaders of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front was agreed to, but never put into action by the Philippine government. And this was this kind of frustration for several years. Nothing happened. This frustration led to this violence, and it was part because of the violence that finally Duterte, the Philippine leader, had changed course and finally signed the agreement, put the agreement into law. And now there is a Bangsamoro. And the amazing thing is, I'm meeting with the old general of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. This was the guy who was the head of the guerrilla movement. And now he's the joint chair of the Coordinating Committee on the Cessation of Hostilities, whose job it is to try to bring the weapons in, to retrain the guerrillas, to give them hope, to give them an image of something they could do besides fighting, because a lot of them were, been fighters since they were age 15 and they haven't known anything else. But the whole idea of this is to give them a vision of an alternative way of living. And in my mind, it's an amazing thing and a remarkable kind of resolution for the conflict, which then, moving towards the pathway of peace, the school is the zone of peace, it says in Cotabato City, which is the main city of Mindanao. They actually have created a Bangsamoro. They have actually created an autonomous region of Muslims in this area, which is exactly what they wanted. And the government has supported it. The government has funded it. The government allocates a fair amount of tax money to the Bangsamoro controlled territory. And the very people that had been talking with over the years, the former militants, trying to understand how they had shifted from militancy to a negotiated settlement, are now leaders of that Bangsamoro movement. And one of the things that one of the leaders told me in explaining the shift was that a critical moment in their transition was respect. When one of the Philippine generals who was from the Philippine Army was sent to see him, who had himself been a former communist renegade and then was fighting against the government and then turned the other direction and rejoined the government. He understood what it was like to be a rebel. He understood what it was like to fight for a cause, and he was able to listen with respect to the concerns of the Muslims in Mindanao, which really had a profound influence on the old guerrilla leaders with whom I spoke. And they began to see things differently. They began to see the possibility of some sort of a negotiated settlement and believe that the Philippine government was earnest in wanting to support some sort of compromise alternative that would lead to a conflict resolution. Gandhi would have been so happy with this kind of solution. So these are several fairly recent examples of how terrorism has been overcome by an approach that uses nonviolent techniques and uses Gandhi's understanding of both of conflict and what conflict is about, these angles of vision of truth and conflict resolution, how it could put together a negotiated and compromised settlement that takes the both best features of both sides and makes a win-win solution out of it. So sometimes it's said that, violence has to take over when nonviolence doesn't work. It's just the opposite. Often nonviolence is successful after violence has shown not to have worked. And all of these are cases where that was so, that the movements for violence simply weren't going anywhere. It was only when some far-sighted leaders had the vision to try to use nonviolent approaches and to think in Gandhian terms about the nature of conflict and the nature of conflict resolution, that terrorism could be overcome. And that seems to me is the promise of Satyagraha. I mentioned that I've been working on this book, Fighting Terrorism. Let's see if it comes up. Been working on this book, which just came out a couple of weeks ago, on When God Stops Fighting Us. 3 case studies: ISIS, the Khalistan movement in Punjab, and this moral movement in the Philippines, about which I've just been speaking. In all these 3 cases, over 5 years or so, I've been going back to each of those 3 regions, including my old territory in the Punjab, and talking with some of the old militants. Amazingly, you can now talk with them. It was just amazing. I could talk with Zaffarwal, for example, who had been a leader, one of the most militant of the Khalistani commando forces. And now, after having gone through his legal battles with the Indian government, he's free to live on his farm near Patala, north of Amritsar. And I was able to go out and chat with him about his whole history, and how now after 40 years, how he goes back and looks at what they did and what happened and how it came to an end. There were no regrets, really no regrets from really any of the leaders with whom I spoke. There were a lot of regrets from some of the fighters who had been brought into the battle, who felt that they had been misled by those leaders, and whose lives really had been ruined in some ways, much more than the leaders, because some of those old leaders are now politicians. They're running for office and they're doing just fine. But some of the foot soldiers still have not recovered, both from the post-traumatic stress, but also from the constant surveillance of the Indian government over their current situation. So Khalistan is not the happiest. It's not a Gandhian solution. The ending of ISIS is not a Gandhian solution, because to have a Gandhian solution for ISIS, you would have to take seriously the concerns of Sunni Arabs who feel left out of the governments of both Syria and Iraq, with the Shia or Shia-related movements in power in both of those places to make the Sunni Arabs feel like second-class citizens. We think of ISIS as being a religious fanatic movement, and there are aspects of that, of course, but it was supported by large numbers of Sunni Arabs, largely because they saw it as a movement for Sunni empowerment. And without taking that seriously and trying to make the changes that take away the conditions that led to the rise of ISIS, it seems to me you haven't solved anything. That's the problem with using violence to fight violence. You often end up with more violence. And if you do have a kind of violent win, you haven't really solved the problem, because the issues that created the problem in the first place remain. And this is true It's true to some extent in Punjab, where you can see the Kisan movement in some ways is picking up in a nonviolent way, a mantle trying to bring respect and dignity to the farmers of rural Punjab and UP and elsewhere. So that struggle continues, and it's certainly true in the case of ISIS, where the Sunni Arabs have yet to have their kind of respect and equality and involvement in public life that they deserve. But the Philippines is a success story in that sense, and it's a Gandhian success. It's where nonviolence has supplanted terrorism. So how would Gandhi respond to terrorism? Well, he already has. In his own life and in movements that are inspired by him that show that fighting with Gandhi is not just a fight against terrorism, but it's a way of life. Because as Gandhi observed, all life is conflict, you can't escape it. It's a question of how you deal with it and how you make it more, how you help make you more noble, make it an ennobling thing rather than a destructive thing that counts. Well, I thank you for being patient and listening to my presentation. I'm sorry I can't be there to hear the questions and comments, but I welcome them. So please convey them to me. Anything you would like to pick up on, and what I might said, or anything you feel I need to be corrected by, I'd be glad to hear. And I look forward to hearing about the conversation that ensues. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this event.
Okay. I hope everyone could hear what Professor Mark had to say. A very interesting talk indeed. And because he's not here, so if you have any questions, so you may post it to the organizer and we'll forward it to them and he will respond to you when he gets better. So we move on with this session. Now we have 4 paper presentations in this session. You request all the presenters to be brief in their presentation so that we can maintain the time. So now I invite Dr. Rajni Mudgal, Assistant Professor, Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan. And the title of her talk is Gandhian Nonviolence Philosophy and World Peace. Dr. Rajni, you may start. Dr. Rajni. Neeraj, please. Yeah. Dr. Rajni, you may unmute yourself now.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And very good afternoon to all of you. In very short, without wasting my time, I just want to, without wasting your time, I just want to present my topic. Should I share my screen?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
Are you able to share your screen?
Yeah, is it visible?
It's not yet displayed. Yes, we can see your screen. Yeah.
Mom, is it visible? Ma'am, is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yes, ma'am. So my topic is Gandhian non-violence philosophy and world peace. Here, I want to introduce you with the problem first. What is the problem area of my research? If we take an attempt to understand the lifestyle of New Age, then definitely today the man is totally devoted to himself. We may have started our civilization by non-violence means, and it is the need of today's society also. So establishing peace has always been the biggest concern of human society. And the biggest issue before mankind is to establish world peace. Mutual unrest, tension, and terrorism between different countries of the world is a challenge for world peace. This atmosphere of tension may be completely different from conventional wars. Conventional wars where we use armed forces actually. But it is the matter of great concern of the world peace. Does the solution of the problem exist in the non-violence thought of Mahatma Gandhi, an Indian citizen, and he was known as the father of the nation? An attempt has been made to know through this research paper. Here, the method of the study is the document review, which is totally based on the non-violence philosophy of the Gandhiji in special regard of world peace. First, we need to understand the problem of terrorism. It is not that terrorism is a product of modern era, but its history is very old. Many such terrorist groups have been born to fulfill political interest. Hundreds of events in the history are example of it. Terrorist incidents related to the political uprising, social discontent, and religious uprising are also seen in the ancient time. For example, terrorist groups were secretly active in many countries of Europe in 19th century. In the same 20th century, terrorist political ideology spread in countries like Russia, France, Italy, Britain, Spain, Turkey, America, and so many other countries. So it is quite clear that these examples that no precise definition of the terrorism can be given. Terrorism may be in any form, but it is a big problem of the world. Today, there is hardly any country in the world where there is no problem of terrorism. If we talk about the main terrorist group in today's time, the main terrorist organization like Al-Qaeda, which was founded in 1988, and the main founder of this was considered Osama bin Laden. One of the major attacks carried out by this group are the attacks on World Trade Center and Pentagon, attack on US embassy in Bali and Yemen. Lashkar-e-Taiba is also a similar terrorist organization, which was established in 1988 to 1990 in Afghanistan. The major attacks done by this organization are attack on parliament, firing in Red Fort, attack on Akshardham temple, and terrorist attack in Mumbai are the main ones. And if we talk about the Taliban, Taliban is also a similar terrorist organization, which was founded in 1993 to 1994. This organization imposed its rule by attacking Kandahar in 1994 and in September 1996 established its authority over Kabul. Such terrorist organizations keep spreading unrest all over the world to fulfill their desires. earlier, it was believed that terrorist organizations become more active only when weak and poor governments are there. But terrorist attack on America on 9/11 has proved that no country is safe from terrorism and the whole world is insecure. So here we have to understand the non-violence philosophy of Gandhiji, and we have to also understand that whether this philosophy really work on, or this philosophy can remove the terrorism. We have to understand it. The atmosphere of such insecurity spread across the world can be changed only by the peaceful cause of Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhiji was a religious person who believed in God. Gandhiji was probably the first symbol of soul power or self-communication. Even today, people do not know much about the concept of self-communication. What is self-communication? Self-communication is communicating ourselves, analyzing ourselves, analyzing our personality with good habits or bad habits, with good communication or bad communication. So Gandhi believed in God, in the soul, which is the main communication model of Indian culture since ages. He knew that the inner ills can be removed only by purifying the soul from the development of the individual. Purifying the soul through the purified or pursuit of the truth and living a life of spirituality and self-satisfaction were among his main ideas. He definitely believed that evils and hatred can be removed from the society only through non-violence. Gandhi wrote a letter to Adolf Hitler. It was the first letter which he wrote to Hitler. Here is an image of the letter. I have collected this letter from Deccan newspaper. So in this letter, he was very brief, and because of in this letter, Gandhiji had requested Hitler not to go ahead with war. Through this letter, addressed to German dictator as dear friend, he addressed German dictator as dear friend. At the same time, the Gandhiji asked Hitler to follow peace and adopt violence. Here you can see on the screen Gandhiji and Hitler both are there. Collected this letter from archive. This is the second letter which Gandhiji wrote to Hitler on 24 December 1940. It was a long letter in which Gandhiji condemned the violence being done by the British in India. And he also wrote that he would not like to end British rule with Germany needs. He will express his opinion in a peaceful way. Gandhiji asked Hitler to express his opinion in a peaceful manner. So in the end, you can see he ends the letter with "I remain your sincere friend, M.K. Gandhi." He do not have any room of hate in his soul for anyone. It is quite clear from these examples that Gandhiji was in favor of world peace, because Gandhiji believed that ahimsa means non-violence, establishes relationship between human beings, makes them dynamic, and at the same time awaken the feeling of unity. But what is the existence of these Gandhian ideology in the present time? We have to understand it. And we need to know today, when terrorism is spreading its root in the world, can this situation be handled by the Gandhian ideology? I want to sum up my view with the model of communication of non-violence, which was developed by the Marshall B. Rosenberg. He suggested that non-violent space of communication add emotion to the communication process and promote cooperation and compassion in the human heart. Means the non-violence communication can change the heart of a citizen. There are so many other communication scholars who have proved through their studies that a non-evil communication means a positive communication create a positive citizens, create a good citizens, and a negative communication, or we can say the communication with evils, can generate the person with evils. So there are so many other communication scholars who have proved this. So it means, I want to conclude it here. It means if we educate our generation with the communication model of truth and non-violence, then every citizen of the world will be the Mahatma. And there is no room for violence. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajni. Can you stop sharing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. It was a nice talk. Anybody has a question, they can post in the chat box. I don't see any questions. Okay, then we can move on to the next talk. Thank you, Dr. Rajni.
Thank you, ma'am.
Neeraj, kindly make Dr. Ekta Jain Sethi co-host so she can unmute herself. So the next talk is by Dr. Ekta Jain Sethi, research scholar at Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. The title of the paper being presented is Khadi, a tool of peace and identity creation. So over to you, Dr. Ekta.
I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you, ma'am. Firstly, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Gandhi Study Circle, to the college, to all the teachers and students who put in this effort to get this seminar and conference together and discuss Gandhi in terms of global peace, which is such personally, I feel such an important and relevant topic for today. So today's world, thank you so much for making me a part of this. And I would not take much time because I think it was mentioned about a time duration for the presentation. So I'd like to stick to that. So I'll begin. My title, as ma'am already mentioned, it's Khadi, a tool of peace and identity creation. Now, amidst the dynamic contemporary forces of today, what makes this conference and this topic really relevant is that the idea of global peace is entrenched deep inside. It is difficult to understand what do we mean by global peace in the first place. For some, it would be lack of an avoidance of military or war threat. For some, it would be just a peaceful living. For some, it would be stress-free daily life. So peace can be defined in multiple ways, right? But if we understand in very basic common parlance, we can say that peace is not just about absence of conflicts. Conflicts will always be there. As far as human society is concerned, conflict is something which is very basic to us, right? So conflict will be there. So what is peace? Peace in that way becomes a way of solving those conflicts through peaceful means. That becomes a peaceful society. And this very idea of solving conflicts in a peaceful way brings us to the man himself, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, father of the nation, Bapu, M.K. Gandhi. We know him in multiple ways, and such was the personality. Several writers, researchers, authors, everyone. In this paper, I would like to trace Gandhi and global peace through one of his very significant tools, one of his very significant mechanism, which has in a way defined him in a certain way, and that is through khadi, through the fabric of khadi, through charkha, through the medium through which khadi is spun. Now, khadi in this sense, we can understand as a mechanism representing freedom from the existing colonialism. Gandhi, for him, it became not only a fabric, for him, it became a call to wear something that could prove the unity of India. In his words, now I'm quoting him, in his words, I have only one message to give, and that concerns khadi. Place khadi in my hands, and I shall place Swaraj in yours. The uplift of the Antajas is also covered by the khadi, and even Hindu Muslim unity will live through it. It is also a great instrument of peace. So thus we see that for him, khadi was a way of bringing people together. How, why, that is something that we'll deal with now. Now, but at the onset, why khadi, why charkha, and why how is it so relevant that we talk about it? Now, in clothing, we see in our daily in a daily life is something very mundane. It is something very regular, and yet you see quotes like "Jaisa des vaisa bhes." You see "Mera juta hai Japani." You see advertisements like the Raymond Man. So you see that how clothes, how the idea of what we wear is really intrinsic to the world, really intrinsic to the society. Now, in such a complicated, in such a complex ways of understanding each other, it is bewildering that how Gandhi actually used clothing as a tool of peace and non-violence. Now, before understanding that, let's first get very briefly understand about Khadi, something about Khadi. Now, Khadi's success, it lay in its capacity to pick up, embody, and develop existing political and economic critiques of colonialism and rework the definitions of these through its own distinct qualities. Now, what were these qualities? These qualities are qualities of economic self sufficiency, political independence, spiritual humility, moral purity, national integrity, communal unity, social equality, end of untouchability, and last but not the least, embracing of non-violence. In this sense, khadi becomes material embodiment of several ideals. On one hand, khadi became a tool to blur distinctions and cover all within its one canopy, and on the other hand, it gave a distinct identity to India. Now, it emphasizes being over appearance, substance over form, and character over clothing. Now, this is the vocabulary that the leader he started using as a way of life, and something that could actually symbolize the entire nation. And this has been talked time and again by people like Peter Gonsalves. Now, coming to the idea that how non-violence keeping people, giving people something to do, something productive to do. The idea of productivity creeps in. Now, here charkha becomes an important tool. Now, charkha, in those times, charkha for Gandhi became a way, an attempt to put use the mass of unproductive resource to some use. In fact, Richard Gregg remarks, he says, we do not usually think of charkha as a machine, but what actually it is. A machine is something that makes our work easier. Now, charkha, it uses the available mechanical energy of a man, woman, or a child for producing material goods. Right? So it was something, it was in that sense a modern thing, something to look forward to. Now, Gandhi says that khadi is meant for everyone, even a depraved man, a sinner, a drunkard, a gambler, anybody and everybody could wear it. And this makes khadi a symbol of unity, a symbol of keeping everyone together, keeping people together. Now, when we see khadi as a traditional product, what it does is it becomes a material artifact for the nation. It brings peace on the basis of traditions. Now, when we see khadi as a discursive concept, it explores the contemporary politics and economics of Swadeshi. And here it creates a unified, peaceful entity in the name of India. When we see khadi as a visual symbol, it gives distinctiveness to Indian bodies. Now, with the exclusiveness of identity, there also came in the factor of unity. So there are a number of people from across castes, across class, across gender who are coming together and embracing khadi. In this sense, khadi and India are two terms which are studied in conjunction with each other, in conjunction of maintaining and working towards the idea of peace, towards the idea of non-violence. In brief, the message of charkha can be understood as a message of spinning wheel that is much wider than its so-called circumference. The message of simplicity, the message of service of mankind, the living so as not to hurt others. That becomes the message of charkha. Now, to sum it up, according to Gandhi, it is your part to find peace of mind, and that is going to lead us to global peace. The music of the wheel, and here it is really important to understand that how charkha in our daily life brings in stability, brings in a kind of an empathy, kind of satisfaction. The music of the wheel will be balm to your soul. The yarn that is spun is capable of mending the broken warp and woof of life. This was something so strong, something with such high level of strength that would bring in the idea of non-violence and take us towards that path. With this, I sum it up and I'm ready for any kind of questions or any discussions here.
Thank you, Dr. Ekta. Let me check if there are any questions. No, there are no questions. Thank you. It was a nice talk. And you rightly mentioned that the conflict can be resolved in peaceful Gandhian ways. And the message of khadi being so very relevant in contemporary times also. Thank you. So now I move to the next talk by Dr. Rajiv Ranjan, Assistant Professor, Diet, Ghuman Hera, SCERT, Delhi. Neeraj, please make him co-host. Yeah, thank you so much. The title of the paper would be Gandhian Peace Education, one of the major tools to bring global peace. So over to you, Dr. Rajiv Ranjan.
Yeah, good afternoon. Namaskar, all the dignitaries, participants, and audience. Just 1 minute. Yes. In this modern era, everything is changing with rapid pace. As we have seen, 2G, 3G outdated, 4G to be outdated, and 5G would be outdated. But the G that is live and will remain live forever is the thought of Gandhiji. And that's why we are assembled here and all parts of the world. Always Gandhiji is live as his thoughts. And now I want to draw your attention on the present political world, what is happening there. One of the corner of the world, Russia, Ukraine are engaging, and US and NATO also there. It seems to be the next world war is knocking the door. And on the other part of the world, killing of democracy we can see here, North Korea, Myanmar, and Afghanistan. And how can we ignore the expansion policy of China that disturbed the peace of the neighbor and world? It is not only for the political scenario of the world, but what we are doing, we are not living even the abiotic components. And due to our activities, what we are doing is the result of climate change and new pandemic that is in front of us is also a creation. So altogether, biotic or biotic, both the components are disturbed by our activities and the world is ultimately unsettled. So what is the solution of it? How can we live a life peacefully in this beautiful world? The researchers here try to find the answer. And first of all, we have to knowledge about the concept of peace and the peace education. UNESCO, as we can see, that since war begins in the mind of men, it is the mind of men that defends the place must be constructed. Peace must be constructed. Means everything happening with the creation of our mind. And peace education is for mind. And what is the peace education? The paper emphasis on the inculcation of peace education in the curriculum of all the stages. So the aim of peace education is to create a global environment where not only the biotic, but a biotic component can live together with harmony, spend a creative and peaceful life. There are very less literatures or sources are present or available here, and some of the sources tell about the peace education, like Brandmeier, Peace Education and Social and Environmental Sustainability. Peace is the conceptual truth and universal needs of everyone. These are some reviews about the peace education, a statement of the problem, where the researchers select the topic. The needs of the day of the globe are to create a peaceful environment where both the components of the mother nature can coordinate peaceful manner. How to create a peaceful environment on the globe is a big question. So the title of the present research has been taken by the researcher as this Gandhian peace education, one of the major tools to bring global peace. The objective of the research, there are two objectives: to find out the source of peace education in Gandhian thoughts, to justify the relevance of Gandhian peace education in the contemporary world. And the research questions are: is Gandhian peace education relevant in the contemporary world? Is there any source of peace education in Gandhian thought? And what are the methodologies? The paper is mainly narrative and analytical. Different texts, written documents have been analyzed, and several books, reviews, articles were deeply scrutinized for the study. And the sources of peace education in Gandhian thoughts, because most of us have already discussed, and today's and in every seminar or conferences, we must focus on this point. So researcher find some clue and some points from all these sources from where the peace education can be brought. Non-violence, truth, Sarvodaya, welfare of all, basic education, spiritual thought, and education through vernacular languages. These are some sources of peace education. I will not go in detail here, but in written paper it is explained, and they are explained in detail. Here, the relevance of Gandhian peace education. The relevance of Gandhi might be debated, but it is hardly questionable. Veteran Gandhian Nirmala Deshpande says, and it is written here, without peace education, we cannot get a solution where the whole globe be a peaceful environment. We cannot create a peaceful environment even in a society or in a state. So we must include the peace education in our curriculum. The finding of the research was the goal of modern education system is to achieve comfort, materialistic life, because we all are concentrating to achieve something that is influenced by some other outer factors. We are not concentrating on ourselves, and that concentration creates a huge problem because we always concentrate on other. We are consumer and we are running blindly. And this habitual consumer, we consume everything irrespective of biotic or abiotic components. This creates havoc and makes all the natural setting imbalance. As different speakers focus on the importance of sources of peace education. So here, the other finding is very few countries of the world have included peace education in their curriculum. Most of them have included very recently, as Delhi government introduced happiness curriculum at secondary level in 2018. And some countries like Singapore, Denmark, New Zealand have such kind of curriculum. So we can see here, only very few countries have peace education in their curriculum. And the Bhutan, here I must mention only the Bhutan, where happiness is linked with the GDP of the country. Means happiness of people and GDP are interlinked. None other than Bhutan does the same. So we can not do much focus on happiness here, any other curriculum that include peace education. Lack of political will, it is not their fault. I mean, I'm talking about the politicians, because the way through which they are born and brought up is the main reason. So we should give the attention on our future, where we can inculcate the peace education in our curriculum, in our teaching learning process. And this peace education purifies self. And after the purification, the last aim, the ultimate aim of the education or life is self-realization. This is the way through which we create peace in the globe where we are living. So this beautiful globe is waiting for the peace education, is waiting for the implementation of Gandhian thought. And after the implementation, the first, what happens in everyday life, first they ignore, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. So a struggle is everywhere. We must continue on our path. This is complete about my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Thank you. There is a question for you in the chat box.
Yes.
In what way you relate to this paper related to Lord Krishna and Arjun as his profile picture that you have put here?
Okay. Actually, Lord Krishna and Arjun and the dialogue between them, most of the dialogues are related to the peace education. Because what was the ultimate aim of Mahabharata and why Arjuna took a step back and Krishna was telling, no, you should fight. That fight was not ahimsa. Gandhiji once told that cowardice, cowardness is not I am telling about. You are ahimsa. Non-violence is not the sign of cowardice. And Krishna was same thing telling there, no, Arjun, you come and fight. So both are connected, and that education, most of them are the components of peace education, are correlated one another.
I have a question.
Yes.
May I? Yeah.
Yeah.
So what in your opinion could be the modules if we are introducing, as you said, we don't have it in the curriculum, the peace education. So because we teach so many things that actually basically talk about peace only, and I mean not as a particular topic, but what in your opinion could be the modules that we must have in the curriculum which may bring about global peace?
Number of countries, as I mentioned here, number of countries means few of countries like Denmark, New Zealand, Bhutan, and in India too, and several states now starting to inculcate happiness curriculum. And the main aim of peace education is to increase the happiness in the society. That happiness curriculum must be implemented at all the levels, not at the primary or secondary stages. It should be inculcated at higher secondary or college level or university level. The module of the curriculum is to inculcate different sources of peace education, as I mentioned in my presentation. And if we inculcate those sources of peace education, we can achieve or we can go with the path, because there are a number of forces those derail the future of youth. So we must try that minimum the curriculum that can give the way of life to the youth.
Okay. Any, I see a question which was more or less has been answered. There is one question for Dr. Ekta. Dr. Ekta, are you there? Okay, I don't see it. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Thank you for this nice presentation.
Thank you.
Now I move on to Dr. Urmi Watts, Assistant Professor, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee College, University of Delhi, with the paper title being Community Development in Gandhian Perspective, Achievements and Challenges. Mr. Neeraj, please make her co-host. Yeah, Dr. Urmi, you can now unmute and start your presentation. Dr. Urmi, yeah. Welcome, Dr. Urmi. Please start your presentation.
Yes. Namaskar and greetings to all of you. I am Dr. Urmi Watts, Department of Political Science, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee College, University of Delhi. First of all, I congratulate to the organizing committee for conducting this webinar, conducting this conference on such a wonderful topic, and heartily thanks for giving me such an opportunity to share my views on this platform. गांधी एंड ग्लोबल पीस नामक विषय पर 2 दिन के समुद्र मंथन में मेरे बोलने का विषय है कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट इन गांधीयन पर्सपेक्टिव, अचीवमेंट्स एंड चैलेंजेस। शुरुआत करती हूँ फ्लेक्सियो लोबो की 2 लाइन से। द वर्ल्ड नीडेड पीस बट दे कट इट इनटू पीसेस। देश में इस समय आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव चल रहा है। ऐसे में यह और भी जरूरी हो जाता है कि आज उन तमाम बिंदुओं पर हम फिर से विचार विमर्श करें, आत्मचिंतन करें, जो गांधी जी ने समय समय पर अपने कर्म और विचारों के माध्यम से समाज के समक्ष रखे। 1915 में गांधी जी जब भारत आए तो उन्होंने आजादी की संघर्ष मास मूवमेंट बनाया। स्वतंत्रता के लक्ष्य को सामने रखते हुए एक समाज सुधारक की भूमिका भी निभाई। उन्होंने तमाम उन पहलुओं पर प्रकाश डाला जो सामुदायिक विकास के लिए आवश्यक थे। आज चिंता का विषय यह है कि विकास के लिए योजनाएं भी हैं, कानून भी हैं, बावजूद इसकी समस्याएं मुंह खोले खड़ी हुई हैं। ऐसी ही कुछ समस्याएं और उनका समाधान गांधीवादी विचारधारा से कैसे संभव है, इसी पर आपसे चर्चा कर रही हूँ। एक कम्युनिटी को डेवलप करने के लिए एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, सोशल सिक्योरिटी, सोशल हार्मनी, रूरल डेवलपमेंट, विमेन्स एम्पावरमेंट, वैल्यूज, इको फ्रेंडली एटसेट्रा होना बहुत आवश्यक है। एजुकेशन की अगर बात करती हूँ तो राइट टू एजुकेशन, राइट टू लिव आर्टिकल 21A के अंतर्गत हमें मिला हुआ है। लेकिन जब डेटा पर नजर डालते हैं तो ओवरऑल लिटरेसी रेट 64.8 है, मेल 75.3 और फीमेल 53.7। 21.6 का जो ह्यूज गैप है, ये चिंता का विषय है और इसे हमें फिल करना होगा। इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम पर अगर नजर डाल दें तो गांधी जी विलेज बेस्ड इकोनॉमी की बात करते थे, रूरल डेवलपमेंट की बात करते थे, लेकिन 1/3 जनसंख्या अभी भी बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन। सामुदायिक विकास के लिए बहुत सी कमेटीज बनी, जिसमें बलवंत राय मेहता कमेटी, संथानम कमेटी, अशोक मेहता कमेटी, जीके राव कमेटी, अलम सिंह भी मुख्य हैं। और इनका फायदा ही हमें ये मिला कि 1992 में 73rd और 74th अमेंडमेंट आर्टिकल 243D के अंतर्गत पंचायती राज व्यवस्था में विमेन्स को 1/3 रिजर्वेशन जो मिला, और लेकिन अब 21 स्टेट्स के अंतर्गत ओवरऑल लोकल बॉडीज में 50% रिजर्वेशन मिला है। लेकिन प्रश्न ये है कि क्या महिलाएं अपने निर्णय स्वयं लेती हैं? दिल्ली की अगर मैं बात करती हूँ तो अभी जैसे एमसीडी इलेक्शन होने वाला है, तो अभी भी पोस्टर और बैनर्स पर महिला सीट होने के बावजूद उन पर जो फोटो है वो हस्बैंड या फादर की लगाई जाती है। तो इससे हम अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि अगर देश की राजधानी दिल्ली में ऐसा हाल है तो गांव और देहात का हाल क्या होगा। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। 2022 की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार 7.6 बेरोजगारी की दर है। अर्बन में 7.9 और रूरल में 7.5%। भारत में 600 मिलियन लोग ऐसे हैं, 600 मिलियन लोग ऐसे हैं जो दूसरे स्टेट में जाकर काम करते हैं। माइग्रेशन एक बहुत बड़ा इशू है और गांधी जी कुटीर उद्योगों की बात करते थे, इसलिए हमें भी एमएसएमई के ऊपर जो है अधिक ध्यान केंद्रित करना होगा ताकि माइग्रेशन की समस्या को काफी हद तक कम किया जा सके। पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम की ओर रुख करती हूँ तो गांधी जी का स्वप्न था राम राज्य, जिसमें लिबर्टी, इक्वालिटी, जस्टिस, हेल्दी एनवायरनमेंट, स्वच्छता सब होगा। लेकिन राजनीति आज क्या हो गई है? एक डर्टी गेम बन गई है। सत्ता पक्ष और विपक्ष एक दूसरे को नीचा दिखाने की होड़ करते हैं। भाषा की मर्यादा दिन प्रतिदिन गिर रही है। इलेक्शन मेन इश्यूज पर न होकर के पर्सनलाइज हो चले हैं। कास्ट रिलेटेड वायलेंस बढ़ रहा है। नेशनल क्राइम रिकॉर्ड ब्यूरो 2020 की एक रिपोर्ट के अनुसार 50,291 केस दर्ज हुए हैं। पंजाब का जगमाल सिंह का केस हो, यूपी का हाथरस का केस हो और सिंघू बॉर्डर पर लखवीर सिंह का केस हो, तो स्थिति सच में हमें भयानक नजर आती है। सिविलाइजेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट। गांधी जी जिस सिविलाइजेशन की बात करते थे उसमें सत्यनिष्ठा, अहिंसा, आत्मसंयम, चेतना, सर्वोदय सब था। लेकिन हम पहुंच कहां गए हैं? वैल्यूज का पतन किस कदर हो रहा है? अभी 10 फरवरी 2022 की घटना को अगर हम देखें कि बच्ची की आंख में कील का ठोकना और निर्मम हत्या करना, अभी तिलक नगर में 87 ईयर्स वीमेन रेप केसेस, ये ऐसी घटनाएं हैं जो रोंगटे खड़ी करती है और अपने ऊपर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह भी लगता हुआ नजर आते हैं कि आज हम किस समाज में रह रहे हैं। कोरोना की सेकंड वेव में भी ऑक्सीजन को लेकर के या मेडिसिन को लेकर के जो ब्लैक मार्केटिंग हुई, उसकी घटना किसी से छिपी हुई नहीं है। इससे मुझसे पहले वाले जो सेशन में उसमें भगवत गीता के ऊपर भी प्रेजेंटेशन किया गया था, लेकिन यहाँ पर मेरे माइंड में फिर एक जो चीज आती है कि भगवत गीता हमारे धर्म गुरु, हमारे हर घर के अंदर, मतलब एक हमारा जो ग्रंथ है जिससे हमें एक गाइडेंस जो मिलती है, आज धर्म गुरु भी हेट स्पीच जो है वो देते हैं। बहुत सारे ऐसे जो है देखते हैं हम कि घटनाएं डे बाय डे की बहुत सारे केसेस हमारे सामने ऐसे आते हैं। आज हमारी जो उपभोक्तावादी ललक है उसके कारण जल, जंगल, जमीन सभी को भीषण रूप से उसने प्रभावित किया है। यूएनओ की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार 78% ऊर्जा की खपत शहर करते हैं और 60% से अधिक वो ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस का जो है उत्सर्जन करते हैं। तो हमें अपने लाइफस्टाइल को सिंपल लिविंग एंड हाई थिंकिंग की ओर ले जाना होगा। ये सच है कि आज हम टेक्नोलॉजी के बिना सर्वाइव नहीं कर सकते हैं, लेकिन विकास की राह में हमें इस पर भी गौर करना होगा कि संसाधनों की पहुंच अंतिम व्यक्ति तक होनी चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री कौशल विकास योजना, डिजिटल इंडिया, ये तभी सार्थक हो सकते हैं। विमेन्स एम्पावरमेंट के लिए बहुत से कानून बने, चाहे वो दहेज से संबंधित हो, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस का, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट हो, ट्रिपल तलाक हो, और अब समानता की दिशा में मैरिज एज ऑफ गर्ल्स एट 21 पर भी चर्चा शुरू हो गई। लेकिन चिंता फिर वही है कि ऑनर किलिंग, रेप, चाइल्ड मैरिज, दहेज इत्यादि की सच्चाई भी किसी से छिपी हुई नहीं है। अब तो जितनी बड़ी पोस्ट उतना अधिक दहेज, ये भी % बढ़ रहा है। निष्कर्ष में मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि आज विश्व जिस बारूद के ढेर पर बैठा हुआ है, जहां पर इंपीरियलिज्म, सोशल डिस्पैरिटीज, डर्टी पॉलिटिक्स, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग जैसी समस्याएं चिंगारी का काम कर रही हैं, ऐसे में 21वीं सदी में कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट के लिए आध्यात्मिकता, बौद्धिकता और सृजनात्मकता केवल गांधी दर्शन से ही संभव है। So let's join hands together, pray for peace, work for peace, and let's live in peace and harmony. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Are you done, Dr. Urmi?
Yeah, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Urmi. I don't see any. I was just looking at the chat box actually for you. So there's no questions. Anybody would like to post a question for her? No. Okay. Thank you in that case. Thank you, Dr. Urmi.
Thank you.
I think we are through with this session, and we end this third session of the two-day international conference, Gandhi and Global Peace. I thank Professor Mark, first of all, for sending the recording of his very interesting talk on Gandhian approach to terrorism. I thank him on behalf of Gandhi Study Circle at RLA College. I thank all the participants who have presented their papers on our request, Dr. Rajni, Dr. Ekta, Dr. Rajiv, and Dr. Urmi. Thank you so much, and for sharing your views on Gandhi and global peace. If there are any questions further posted in the chat box, I'm going to forward it to you all. So thank you. So over to you, Dr. Pragya.
Thank you so much, Professor Prerna Dewan. It was a wonderful session with so many of the thought-provoking papers covering the different aspects of topic and themes related to this two-day international conference. Yeah. So, Dr. Dabas, were you saying something? I think with this, we bring the third session to an end, only to resume after 20 minutes. That is at 4 o'clock, where we rejoin again for the fourth and the last session for this first day. We will have a talk by Professor Douglas Allen, who is a professor of philosophy from the University of Maine, United States of America. He will be delivering his talk. So let's join in 20 minutes at 4 o'clock sharp.
प्रज्ञा जी,
जी सर, जी सर, जी
4 बजे जुड़ेंगे। उसे तो ये 15-20 मिनट के लिए हम वो जो क्लिप है हमारी बच्चों की वो लगा देते हैं और बड़ी वो सबके लिए सार्थक रहेगी, वो चला देते हैं। ठीक है, ब्रेक की जरूरत नहीं है, तो वो अभी चला रहे हैं हम, तब तक वो
right. So आप लोग participants can stay connected. This is a small presentation of the video in the form of a video, covering the activities of Gandhi Study Circle and its reach amongst, various members of the civil society. Yeah, so we'll resume our discussion and the fourth session at 4 o'clock. Meanwhile, we are playing this video for all the participants. Thank you. I think we need sound. There is no sound to the video. नीरज जी, स्क्रीन तो शेयर हो गया था, वीडियो में साउंड नहीं आ रहा है। हाँ, साउंड चेक कर लीजिए प्लीज।
मैं उनके जिस कथन से व्यक्तिगत रूप से प्रभावित हुआ वो ये था कि अपने आत्मशक्ति का प्रयोग, अब खुद पर आत्मनिर्भरता। गांधी जी कहते हैं कि भारत एक धर्मपरायण संस्कृति
आप साउंड आ रहा है, वीडियो नहीं आ रहा।
अपनी आत्मशक्ति का प्रयोग कैसे करें और पूर्ण प्रयोग करें। गांधी जी का मानना था कि जो ये आत्मशक्ति है वो कुदरत द्वारा प्रदान की हुई वैसी खूबसूरत फरमान है जिसे प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को अपने जीवन में उतारना चाहिए, आत्मसात करना चाहिए, चरितार्थ करना चाहिए। ये मैं भी मानता हूँ कि व्यक्ति अपने जीवन को तब तक सार्थक
दबाव सर आ रहे हैं स्क्रीन पर, बट वीडियो नहीं आ रहा है।
पूर्ण उपयोग नहीं कर पाए वो अपने जीवन की तमाम ऊंचाइयों को नहीं छू पाएगा। मैंने उनकी इस कथन का अपने व्यक्तिगत जीवन में मतलब अपने जब उनके इस कथन को अपने व्यक्तिगत जीवन में उतारा तो इसका सकारात्मक प्रभाव मुझे देखने को मिला।
परफेक्ट, अब आ गया, दोनों आ गया, साउंड भी आ गया, वीडियो भी आ गया। थैंक यू, आ गया।
उसे खुद की बदौलत 2 से 3 दिनों में पूरा कर पाया।
मेरा नाम निखिल है, मैं बीए ऑनर्स हिस्ट्री प्रथम वर्ष का छात्र हूँ। कि हमारे राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी का हिंदी भाषा के प्रति प्रेम बड़ा गहरा था। और अगर मैं बात करूं अपने विचारों की तो मेरा भी यह मानना है कि राष्ट्रभाषा के बिना कोई भी राष्ट्र गूंगा है। महात्मा गांधी के अनुसार हृदय की कोई भाषा नहीं है, बल्कि हृदय से बातचीत करता है। और मुझे यह कहने में बिल्कुल अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि हृदय की भाषा ही हिंदी है। महात्मा गांधी के अनुसार अखिल भारत के परस्पर व्यवहार के लिए एक ऐसी भाषा की आवश्यकता थी जो समग्र व्यवहार में अधिकतर जनता को आती हो व वह उसे समझते हो, तो हिंदी इसमें सर्वश्रेष्ठ थी। और महात्मा गांधी ने अपने विचारों में यह भी कहा कि राष्ट्र व्यवहार में हिंदी भाषा का प्रयोग देश की शीघ्र उन्नति के लिए अति आवश्यक है।
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम भव्य है। मैं बीए ऑनर्स हिस्ट्री की प्रथम वर्ष की छात्रा हूँ। 30 जनवरी 1948 में नथुराम गोडसे ने बापू की गोली मार हत्या कर दी। लेकिन क्या आज 70 साल बाद हम बापू के विचारों का छोटा सा हिस्सा भी अपने दिनचर्या में जोड़ते हैं? मैं समझती हूँ नहीं। बापू ने एक सशक्त, समृद्ध और हिंसा मुक्त भारत की कल्पना की थी, पर आज हमारा देश, हमारा भारत देश उससे बिल्कुल विपरीत एक समाज में बट गया है, अलग अलग हिस्सों में बट गया है, जो कि मैं समझती हूँ अगर बापू जिंदा होते तो बिल्कुल भी पसंद नहीं करते। मैं समझती हूँ बापू किसी पर्टिकुलर उद्देश्य, किसी विशेष मत समुदाय या व्यक्ति का नहीं है। बापू हर उस एक व्यक्ति, हर एक उस युवा का है जो उनके उपदेशों को मानता है तथा उनके संस्कारों पर जीता है।
नमस्कार, मैं मोहम्मद गुफरान खान, हिंदी पत्रकारिता तृतीय वर्ष। महात्मा गांधी जी आजाद भारत के राष्ट्रपिता हैं और चंपारण सत्याग्रह हिंसा, नफरत, अत्याचार से लड़ने की प्रयोगशाला। 1917 में चंपारण में हजारों किसान, मजदूर, गरीब अपने खदान को छोड़कर नील की खेती करने के लिए बाध्य थे। अंग्रेजों द्वारा किसानों, गरीबों का शोषण हो रहा था, उन पर अत्याचार हो रहा था। महिलाएं अपने खून पसीने को जला रही थी, पुरुष अपने खून पसीने को जला रहे थे। ऐसे ही दौर में 15 अप्रैल 1917 को महात्मा गांधी जी चंपारण पहुंचे। चंपारण में ऐसी ही शख्सियत की इंतजार था जो उनकी समस्याओं को समझे, उनके मुद्दों को समझे और उनका समाधान करे। और गांधी जी भी अपने अस्त्र को चमकाना चाहते थे। गांधी जी को भी चंपारण जैसे ही स्थान की जरूरत थी जहां से वो अपने सत्याग्रह की शुरुआत कर सके। गांधी जी चंपारण पहुंचे तो उनके 3 मुख्य मुद्दे 3 थे: परेशान जनता, बदहाल किसान और लगान के तले दबा गरीब। लेकिन इसके इतर भी गांधी जी के सामने कई समस्याएं आई। उस समय चंपारण में बहुत ज्यादा गंदगी थी, सड़कें गलियां बहुत ज्यादा गंदे थे, कुओं का पानी इतना गंदा था कि पीने लायक नहीं था। गांधी जी ने मैला उठाने का काम भी अपने आप किया और ये चंपारण के माध्यम से ये बताया, आज के युवाओं को सीखना चाहिए कि इंसान की सबसे पहली लड़ाई अपने आप से होती है। और चंपारण के माध्यम से गांधी जी ने यह भी बताया कि कितनी भी हिंसा हो और कितनी भी नफरत हो, कितना भी अत्याचार हो, कितनी भी अस्पृश्यता हो और खास तौर से कितना भी मजबूत से मजबूत शासक हो, अहिंसा उसको अपने घुटनों पे गिरने के लिए मजबूर कर देती है। धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम ऋतिका सेठी है। मैं बीए प्रोग्राम प्रथम वर्ष की छात्र हूँ। आज से ठीक 88 साल पहले 12 मार्च 1930 को देश में एक ऐसा आंदोलन हुआ जिसने भारत की किस्मत ही बदल दी। ये वह दिन था जब महात्मा गांधी साबरमती आश्रम से दांडी के लिए निकले थे। इसमें बहुत से लोग इकट्ठे हुए। महात्मा गांधी का इरादा पक्का था। महात्मा गांधी ने ये मार्च नमक के कानून को हटाने के लिए किया था। महात्मा गांधी की व्यापकता को देखकर अंग्रेजों ने कीचड़ सने नमक फैला दिया, लेकिन गांधी तो गांधी थे। उन्होंने उस कीचड़ सने नमक को उठा के अंग्रेजों को सबक सिखाया। ऐसा नहीं था कि उस वक्त नमक ही एक बड़ी समस्या थी जिसके लिए इतना बड़ा आंदोलन करना पड़ा, लेकिन उस वक्त कुछ ऐसे भी टैक्स थे जो भारतीयों पर थोपे गए थे, जैसे लैंड रेवेन्यू आदि। लेकिन महात्मा गांधी जी ने नमक को ही चुना क्योंकि उनका मानना था कि इस पर हर भारतीय का हक है। लेकिन उस वक्त किसी को टैक्स दिए बिना नमक नहीं दिया जाता था, लेकिन महात्मा गांधी कहते थे कि नमक एक प्राकृतिक चीज है और किसी भी प्राकृतिक वस्तु पर टैक्स नहीं लगाया जाना चाहिए।
मैं सचिन चौहान, बीए प्रोग्राम प्रथम वर्ष का छात्र। आज गांधी जी के बारे में मुझे कौन सा विषय प्रेरित करता है? अनुशासन। जैसे कि मैं अनुशासन पर कुछ शब्द बताऊंगा। एक समय की बात है जब गांधी जी कहीं बाहर से आ रहे थे। उनके भोजनालय में हमेशा भोजन पका हुआ करता था और एक समय पर सभी लोगों को भोजन में पहुंचना पड़ता था। अचानक एक बार संयोगवश गांधी जी बाहर से आ रहे थे, लेकिन वो समय पर ना पहुंचने के कारण भोजनालय के पाठ बंद हो गए और यही बात उनका एक मित्र देख रहा था। तो मित्र उनके पास जाकर कहता है कि महोदय, आप तो आप ही अपराधी कटघरे में आकर खड़े हो गए। गांधी जी मुस्कुराते हुए कहते हैं, हाँ मित्र, मैं आज अपराधी कटघरे में खड़ा हूँ क्योंकि मैंने आज अनुशासन का पालन नहीं किया है। फिर वे कहते हैं, अगर कोई व्यक्ति अपने अनुशासन का पालन नहीं करता है तो उसे अपराधी कटघरे में आना ही पड़ता है। फिर मैं यही बात मुझे गांधी जी किस तरह प्रेरित करती है मैं बताना चाहता हूँ। मैं अपनी धारणा में बताना चाहता हूँ कि गांधी जी मुझे कैसे प्रेरित करते हैं। हमारे पास दो विकल्प होते हैं अनुशासन का पालन करने के लिए। पहला तो बलतापूर्वक किसी के द्वारा हम अनुशासन का पालन करें, द्वितीय अपने विवेक से अनुशासन का पालन करें। जैसे कि अगर हम रेड लाइट पर अगर समय से नहीं रुकते हैं तो पुलिस द्वारा हम पर फाइन लगाया जाता है या बलतापूर्वक हमें रोका जाता है, जिससे कि हम अनुशासन में रह सके। अन्यथा हमारे पास दूसरा विकल्प ये है कि हम समय पर खुद ही रेड लाइट पर रुक जाएं और अपनी सूझबूझ का परिचय दें।
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम सतेंद्र प्रताप है। मैं हिस्ट्री ऑनर्स प्रथम वर्ष का विद्यार्थी हूँ। मुझे गांधी जी का उपवास बहुत प्रेरित करता है। उपवास हमारे दुनिया के सभी धर्मों में विशेष महत्व रखता है। गांधी जी ने स्वयं भी इसके फायदे महसूस किए हैं। एक बार गांधी जी को किसी ने पत्र लिखकर पूछा कि आप जब विकट संकट में होते हैं तो आप उपवास क्यों रखते हैं, तो उन्होंने इसका जवाब दिया कि एक अहिंसा के पुजारी का शास्त्रगान में उपवास ही अंतिम हथियार होता है। जब इंसानी चतुरता काम नहीं आती है तो वह उपवास रखता है।
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम अभिषेक कुमार शुक्ला है और मैं हिंदी द्वितीय वर्ष विशेष का छात्र हूँ। बात की जाएगा आज गांधी जी की धर्म की नीति मुझे बहुत ही रास। गांधी जी के अनुसार धर्म का आशय धारण करना अर्थात कर्म करना। एक बार गांधी जी कहीं रास्ते में चल रहे थे, वहां पर उन्होंने एक महिला अर्ध धोती पहनकर महिला को स्नान करते हुए देखा, जो कि गांधी जी को वो बहुत बुरा लगा था और उन्होंने दृढ़ निश्चय लिया था कि उन्होंने जीवन भर कोट पैंट का त्याग करते केवल धोती को ही अपना संपूर्ण जीवन का एक सहारा बनाया था। गांधी जी की यह नीतियां धर्म की नीतियां जिसे जोड़ी जाती है।
मैं माधुरी इतिहास
Geetu, if you can listen to me, please tell the participants to rejoin. We have around 49 and we'll be starting on time since Professor Douglas Allen is already there. Good afternoon, sir. On behalf of the entire Gandhi Study Circle and Ram Lal Anand College, in fact, Delhi University, from the entire fraternity, we welcome you already. Geetu, just ensure that participants join back. We will start soon.
Okay, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Allen, you are audible to us.
Okay.
We'll be starting sharp at 4 o'clock. We just
Okay,
finished with a paper presentation. Shirin.
good. Let me
Right.
try video.
Yes, yes. I could,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yes. Right, you're there. Right. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, yes. And here, good morning.
Yes, good morning there. Yes. Good to see you, sir. We'll be just starting soon.
Yes, thank
If we
you.
were in the real world, we would have offered you some Indian tea.
Yes,
That
yes.
is
I,
to
yes,
start
I
your,
have some. Yeah.
yes, good to see that. Certain limitations of the virtual world.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Right. So we'll be just starting on time
Thank you.
in another 5-7 minutes.
How has the first day of the conference, how has it gone today?
So it was pretty well. Despite some limitations that we all face, the glitches, the technical glitches, the session went on fine. We had some good speakers. The welcome address was also done fine. We had some good people. We had some good paper presentations.
Good.
So we're just hoping that we conclude the day with equal fervor. And
Yeah.
the best we have kept for the day, which is you.
Yes.
Yeah, so we are all waiting with a bated breath to
Okay.
listen to you.
Yes, I will give you a good lecture. So,
Definitely, we already know that.
And then I hope to get very good questions and comments, which I will
So
enjoy.
that is the ironical part. If the lecture is so good, it's so comprehensible and lucid. The
Right.
participants, I would believe, rather given their comments and their observations rather than asking questions, because your lecture I anticipating is going to be comprehensive enough. I was
Yes.
just going through your brief bio and I could see the long list of work that you've done in this field.
Yeah, yeah,
And,
yeah.
So we can
And
already imagine the entire treasure that is present in front of us right now in your
Yeah.
form, sir.
yeah, and a lot of work also in India. You know, I
Yes.
spent many years in India, so
Mhm.
had
That's
so
right. I
many,
was just going through that, sir.
yeah, so many meaningful experiences. Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
And how do they contribute to one's own growth process? And it's
Yeah.
such a great feeling to see the philosophies of Gandhi being carried forward to the rest of the world through scholars like you, through the works that you've done.
Yeah.
Such a
Yeah.
great feeling. Yes, the
Yes.
entire world becomes one fraternity, and there's one person who joins everybody in a unique way through his
Yeah.
philosophies, through his thoughts.
Yes.
And he
Yeah.
continues to do that after so many years,
Yeah.
since he lived once,
Yeah.
but he
Yeah.
continues to live on in our own scholarships and memories.
Yes.
So such a great feeling, sir. Definitely.
Yeah. I first came to India. Gee, it was now almost just about 60 years ago. It
My
was
goodness.
1963, June
Oh,
1963.
that was the first time you visited India.
I came to India for 1 year. In
Oh.
1 year.
That's a long time. That's a long time.
Yeah. It was very formative and in my own life. So very fond memories.
Right.
Yeah.
Good to hear that, sir. Really,
Mhm.
as an Indian, I already feel proud.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the least I can, sort of take credit for. Though we all know figures like Gandhi are not just limited to one nationality, they're international figures. They cut across time and space.
Let me ask you, the
Yes.
lighting in my room on my side, is the lighting okay for you? Because I can get,
Absolutely fine.
okay,
No,
good.
it's fine.
I
It's
could,
fine. It's fine. Good to
sometimes
go.
I change the lighting, people
No,
tell
no,
me.
lighting is
It's
fine.
okay. Okay.
Absolutely fine,
Oh,
sir.
good, good.
So, Dr. Dabas, should we start since Professor Allen is already all set, I must say.
हाँ जी मैम नमस्कार सर
Yeah, I think
नमस्कार
it's almost 4 o'clock also, sir. Let's start.
वेलकम सर wholeheartedly welcome sir thanks जी मैम शुरू कीजिए please.
Yes. If we would have hosted him in the college when he would have been present, it would have been different. We would have extended the session with another cup of coffee or tea and with another set of sentences as part of our chit chat and gossip. But let's start. With your permission, Professor Allen, should I begin?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all the participants and all the listeners here. On behalf of Gandhi Study Circle of Ram Lal Anand College, I heartily once again welcome you all to this fourth and the last session for the day, where we have our esteemed speaker, Professor Douglas Allen, who is a professor of philosophy from University of Maine, United States of America. I should begin with a brief introduction, though I can see that there is no, there is no dearth of information on Professor Douglas Allen here, but still let me start. Professor Douglas Allen served as a professor of philosophy at the University of Maine, USA for 46 long years and became Professor Emeritus of Philosophy in September 2020. He served as the chairperson of the Department of Philosophy from 1979 to 82, and then again 98 to 2003. He served as the president of the International Society for Asian and Comparative Philosophy, 2001 to 4, and is the editor of the Lexington book series of studies in comparative philosophy and religion. He is the author and editor of no less than 16 books and 150 book chapters and scholarly journal articles. He has been the recipient of Fulbright Scholarship from 1963 to 64, and then again 2009 and 10, and Smithsonian Grants to India in 1992. The Maine Presidential Research and Creative Achievement Award and the Distinguished Maine Professor Award, which is given to the outstanding professor in teaching, research, and service. Professor Douglas Allen is often, and I say this with a lot of pride, is recognized as one of the greatest world-leading scholars in phenomenology of religion and the philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi. While continuing to publish book chapters and articles every year on topics like myth, symbolism, phenomenology of religion, and other topics, Professor Allen's major focus in recent decades has been the philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi, focusing especially on areas like violence and non-violence, war and peace, terrorism, truth, Vedanta, Hind Swaraj, and Bhagavad Gita, marginality, technology, economic and environmental sustainability, among others. He has authored and edited 5 Gandhi-informed books, including The Philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi for the 21st Century, Mahatma Gandhi and Gandhi After 9/11, Creative Nonviolence and Sustainability. Significant journals and articles, book chapters during 1920 include the following, and I'm going to name a few here. Mahatma Gandhi's Philosophy of Nonviolence and Truth, the Key Values and Concepts for Gandhi, and a number of works. The long list is right there in front of me. But for the paucity of time, I'm going to limit myself, and I'm hoping that Professor Allen is going to shed light on a few of them. As a peace and justice scholar and activist, Professor Allen has been active in civil rights movement in Vietnam, in the Indochina anti-war movement, anti-apartheid movement, and many other struggles of resistance, violence, war, class exploitation, imperialism, racial and gender oppression, and environmental destruction. He was the founder and has been an active member of the main Peace Action Committee from 1974 to present, and served as education coordinator of Peace and Justice Center of Eastern Maine from 1988 to 2017. He has been the recipient of Hands of Peace Award in Maine and the Scroll of Peace International Award for Peace Research in India. Professor Allen, I'm already overwhelmed just speaking out a few of your work, and the contributions that you've made in the field, and the scholarship is greatly enhanced by the work that you've done. And on behalf of Delhi University's Ram Lal Anand College and from Gandhi Study Circle, I heartily welcome you again, sir, and we're all looking forward to listening more from you. Over to you, sir.
Okay, fine. And you can hear me clearly?
Yes, very
Yes,
clearly,
good.
sir.
Yes, well,
It's
thank
a
you.
long list of work
yeah.
you've done, sir.
Yes,
Yes.
namaskar.
Thanks to you
Namaskar.
for being here and
Yes,
taking out your time, and I can already see your energy, sir.
Okay, so I want to thank you and thank the organizers of this international conference on Gandhi and global peace. And Gandhi and global peace is of the greatest significance today and for the future of humanity, non-human life, and planetary survival and flourishing. And my view is that understanding Gandhi with his philosophy and his action-oriented practices is essential for addressing the issues of global peace. Nevertheless, the theme of this conference, Gandhi and Global Peace, raises many difficult challenges that were challenges for Gandhi during his lifetime and are challenges today for all of us. So that is why I entitled my lecture today, How Can We Relate Gandhi's Focus on Decentralization and on Nonviolent Peace to issues of globalism, peace, and nonviolence in India, in the United States of America, and in the world. So there are many challenges that arise from the first from the conference focus on the global, as in global peace. As is well known, M.K. Gandhi usually emphasizes decentralization, the local, your most immediate experiences and relations. The focus for Gandhi on meeting the needs and supporting your neighbors your community, right? And others in his Swadeshi and other major concepts. Consistent with this decentralized orientation and perspective is Gandhi's frequent focus on starting with the individual. Okay, we should clarify that unlike the misinterpretation of many, including many modern Gandhi scholars, when Gandhi focuses on the individual, he does not mean the ego, the modern ego, the I, me, separate, ego-defined, ego-driven, and ego-attached individual of modern individualism. Nevertheless, sometimes using the insightful image of concentric circles, Gandhi often instructs us to start with ourself, and then as self-disciplined and self-purified individual, and then extend this from our individual self and relate to those closest to us, to our families, our work, our action-oriented service, our communities, right, and so forth. And then in this common interpretation, we then progressively extend the interconnected circles, right? So that the global is viewed as the most distant, the least controlled, and the weakest connection at the very outer rim of the circles. So this presents many challenges today in relating Gandhi's decentralization and the global. So let me just mention two interconnected challenges to that view of decentralization, including starting with the individual. First, we, as we all know, we live in an increasingly interconnected, globalized world. The separate individual, the individual self as the starting point is, I would submit, a decontextualized abstraction, a decontextualized abstraction. Second, what occurs on the immediate local level is increasingly depersonalized, undermining Gandhi's immediate, direct, person-to-person relations, and is defined by non-Gandhian and anti-Gandhian technology, commodification, outside power forces and interests, and anti-Gandhian means, ends, objectives. Okay, now In meeting these challenges, I'll suggest, again, at least two invaluable Gandhi-informed contributions on decentralization and the global. First, in Gandhi's insightful image of the concentric circles, the most adequate reformulation, is not some rigid, one-directional movement from the individual, local, decentralized start, and then lastly, to the global. All levels and all movements are open-ended, dynamic, contextualized. As the local and the global mutually interact in multi-directional movements and ways moving us toward greater global peace. Second, Gandhi's focus on decentralization is essential for and remains invaluable for us today in relating to and promoting and developing millions of self-empowering, egalitarian, democratic struggles and achievements throughout India, the USA, in my state of Maine, and throughout the world. Nevertheless, we recognize that we live in an increasingly interconnected world. We recognize how the local cannot be understood without understanding how it is shaped by the global. And the global cannot be understood without understanding how it is shaped by the local. Nevertheless, the dominant economic, political, social, and cultural power-driven narrative, modern power-driven narrative is not of reciprocal, it's not of reciprocal relations between the local and the global, but rather of asymmetric, hierarchical, capitalist, corporate, economic relations, military and nuclear and state relations, ideological and environmental relations of global domination over the local. In this regard, I suggest that Gandhi provides us with a revolutionary alternative of this dominant modern narrative. Gandhi provides us with a revolutionary alternative of true reciprocal symmetrical relations of harmony, unity, equality, mutual concern, selfless service, informed by Gandhi's principles, key principles, and practices of satya, truth, ahimsa, nonviolence, love, compassion, justice, swaraj, and sustainable perspectives. I would say even more. Gandhi instructs us that we should privilege the needs of the most oppressed, the most exploited, and the least free, whether this is local, whether this is within India, or whether this is global. So those are some reflections on the part dealing with decentralization and the conference focus on the global, as in global peace. Now, secondly, let me provide then some reflections on the part global peace, Gandhi and global peace. And you'll notice in formulating the title of my lecture, I intentionally qualified peace by nonviolent peace, okay? And this was done intentionally. And so let me clarify why, and then I'll develop what I think are the essential Gandhian insights and contributions for us to promote global peace. The term peace is very vague. And it is used in non-Gandhian ways, in anti-Gandhian ways, as well as having Gandhian uses and meanings. For example, in my own research and practices, I have found that there are many research and policy centers, departments, political and corporate bodies that endorse, they use the word peace, but they endorse war. Right? Their basic mission endorses the fact that war is necessary for peace. And how economic, political, military, state, educational, and ideological use of violence is necessary to establish peace. Right? In fact, in a very concerning way, I would suggest that in the United States of America, in the world, and especially in India in recent years and today, we find a lot of evidence using terms like peace, global peace, in which Gandhi's name is invoked. Gandhi is extolled as the great Mahatma, as Bapu, father of the nation, right? And in which there even are ritual practices honoring Gandhiji on the 2nd of October, his birthday, date, which is also the United Nations International Day of Nonviolence, recently on 30 January, the date of Martyr Day, the day of Gandhi's assassination, and throughout the year, in which I would suggest that Gandhi's name is used in ways that are really misused. And Gandhi is used, even sometimes extolled, deified, in ways that deflect attention away from, or even use Gandhi's influence, his exemplary name and image, in order to promote anti-Gandhian, racist, casteist, class, militaristic, economic, political, and other powerful defined ideological interests that in fact completely contradict Gandhi's message on global peace. So in Gandhi and global peace, Gandhi critiques this, and he offers us a qualitatively different paradigm, a qualitatively different paradigm shift, and constructive alternatives for us in moving towards global peace. So Gandhi challenges us. Gandhi challenges most of us who easily profess that we believe in peace. More generally, Gandhi challenges most of us who easily profess that we believe in nonviolence, right, as essential for peace. Well, how does Gandhi do this? How does Gandhi challenge us on war, peace, violence, nonviolence, so that we can move towards greater global peace? Right? So that's what I'll attempt to do now for the remainder of my lecture. What Gandhi says is that most of us who say that we believe in peace, not war, nonviolence, not violence, love, not hate, justice, not injustice, and so forth, we actually restrict our meanings of these terms to very narrow physical meanings. For example, when we say, well, I'm against war, what we usually mean is we're against overt physical examples of bombing, essentially bombing innocent civilians, torture, blatant human rights violations, overt acts of terrorism, right, and so forth, right? When we say we're against violence, what we usually restrict this to are overt physical examples of violence, right? I am against rape. I am against blatant human rights violations. I am against shooting, killing innocent human beings. I am against domestic violence. I'm against overt acts of bullying and so forth, okay? So in Gandhi's approach to war and to global peace and to violence, Gandhi acknowledges that those examples of overt physical violence, and war are very important. But what I'd like to suggest is that for Gandhi, these constitute no more than 10% of the examples of what Gandhi presents to us on global peace. Well, how does Gandhi do this? Right? In my own work, here is how I have tried to broaden and deepen my understanding, my reading, my rereading, my reinterpretations, reapplications, reformulations of Gandhi's perspective in two major ways. First, I focus on what I've called multidimensional, how war is multidimensional, and more generally, violence. And war is violent, and violence is multidimensional. So, what does this mean in Gandhi's insightful contributions? Yes, there is overt physical war, such as we see right now. And we've seen in the Middle East, we've seen in different parts of India, between India and Pakistan. We've seen in Iraq. We've seen in Afghanistan. Right now, we see in the Ukraine and many other parts of the world, okay? But what Gandhi says, in addition to overt physical war, right, where you're actually killing, you're shooting, you're engaged in overt acts of war, Gandhi says there's psychological warfare. We fight with all kinds of psychological warfare. There is economic warfare, right? There is political warfare. There is cultural warfare. There's ideological warfare, right? There are all these different dimensions of warfare in which we're engaged in making war, or benefiting from war, or being complicit with war, without resisting, disrupting the basic dimensions of war, right? Which define the dominant world in which we are living. Extending this to the multidimensionality of violence as essential to war, and as opposed to multidimensionality of nonviolence, Gandhi instructs us, well, in addition to overt physical violence, we have psychological violence. For Gandhi, hatred is violent. Gandhi spends perhaps more time on economic violence than any other dimension, which is very unusual for someone who is such a great moral, ethical thinker and practitioner, and spiritual thinker and practitioner. He focuses on economic violence. For Gandhi, poverty is violent. 90% of poverty is humanly caused and perpetuated, and it is violent. Gandhi talks about economic violence in terms of the asymmetrical structures of domination of the economic haves over the economic have-nots. Those who own and control the resources, the raw material, the land, the factories, the technology, the media, and so on, are able to impose basic structures and relations of economic violence over those who are have-nots, the overwhelming majority of people in India and in the world. Gandhi, of course, talks about cultural violence. Relevant today, Gandhi spends a lot of time on religious violence, how institutionalized, hierarchical, patriarchal, right, caste-based, and so religion is often very, very violent. Gandhi talks about educational violence, how all of us are socialized and educated in ways that are multidimensionally violent. Gandhi talks about environmental violence, how our basic dominant paradigms, ways of relating to nature, it means ends ways in which nature is simply something there, right, to be exploited, to be dominated, right, in terms of our own greed, our own accumulation of wealth and power and status and domination, that is violent. So Gandhi talks about how all these, we are socialized. There's linguistic violence. Linguistic violence reflected in terms of war and other dimensions of violence, how we are socialized from earliest childhood in terms of linguistic acquisition to basically express to experience and express ourselves and our relations towards others in the world in very violent ways. So for Gandhi, all these dimensions of violence interact, mutually reinforce each other in Gandhi's holistic, organic, interconnected orientation and perspective, so that we find ourselves in a world in which violence dominates over nonviolence, war making dominates over peacemaking. The second basic principle or concept that I've used is deals with the structural violence of the status quo. Okay? This is business as usual. This is what is normal, as is reflected in our views of war and of other forms of nonviolence. This is, in other words, what Gandhi is saying is when the dominant economic, corporate, commodified, globalized economic system is working smoothly, without resistance, without disruption, that is very violent. That is structurally violent. When our normal political system in India, in the United States, in the world, is functioning smoothly, right? Without resistance and disruption, that is structurally violent, right? When our normal cultural, when our normal ideological, when our dominant religious, when our dominant educational and environmental structural systems are working smoothly, that is very violent. In other words, Gandhi is saying that, for example, we live in a world where we accept what has been called a permanent war economy. And professors and students at my university are educated in ways in which we receive funds from the government, the military, the Pentagon, the big defense contractors, the big corporations, in order to do research and to educate our students to fit in, to be cogs, to provide means that are useful for the dominant war-focused and violence-focused systemic structures. So in Gandhi's method, in terms of multidimensionality of war and violence, what we have to do is educate ourselves, become aware of both the multidimensionality and the structural violence of the status quo, and then becoming aware we must resist, we must organize, we must mobilize through action-oriented practices to disrupt the multidimensionality of violence and war, and replace that with different dimensions of peace and nonviolence and justice, opposed to racism and sexism and homophobia and environmental destruction. And we must transform the basic dominant structures of the status quo into structures that are nonviolent, right? And that allow us to move towards greater global peace. So what I would say, I'll just conclude and then welcome your questions, comments. In my approach, you see, Gandhi greatly challenges us, and he really broadens and deepens our understanding of peace, nonviolence, and global peace. So Gandhi presents us with the deepest, broadest, and most significant challenges for us in working cooperatively together in interconnected, supportive ways in order so that we can all move from the local to the global towards greater global peace. So I thank you for your patience. I hope that you benefited from, or at least were challenged by some of what I presented. And I now would like certainly welcome any of your comments, disagreements, or other points for discussion.
Thank you so much, Professor Douglas Allen. What a thought-provoking delivery of ideas. It was extremely wonderful to hear it from you, the ideas that make Gandhi relevant in its complete contemporaneity, and how you connected the ideas of globalization related to, how we can conventionally understand, limiting Gandhi to let's say society or human relations or caste relations, but how you sort of extended it over to which is there in Gandhi, and we just need to sort of appropriate to our contemporary understanding, the ideas related to issues of environment, and most importantly, economics, world economics, and how Gandhian ideas can sort of be helpful in radically restructuring at least our understanding of global economy and how it works, and how it could be a place which gives opportunity, which becomes more inclusive rather than being categories which are mutually exclusionary. And how the role of the individual, starting from Gandhi himself, who himself very early on was a global citizen. So globalism, we might think it's a new concept. It is not. Gandhi himself, through his life, the way he spent his early on education, in one country, went on to work in Africa, came back and picked up the nationalist movement in India. He himself was a global citizen, and only to advocate and carry forward his ideas and apply them to contemporary issues that, trouble our societies, across cultures and countries, across gender and caste and classes. The kind of interrelations that you made, it was really thought-provoking, Dr. Allen. We really benefited immensely from your delivery. I would now, I can see the chat box. If you have any questions, observations, participants, you can please put it in the chat box. And while the participants put in their questions, I will just read out a few comments for you, Professor Douglas Allen. There is one which says, "Dear Professor Allen, greetings and thank you. If possible, I wish to offer some queries and thoughts." Dear, okay. I will request the admin to unmute Anantagiri so that he can ask his question himself. The backend, please unmute Anantagiri. You can speak as soon as you're unmuted. So a few other comments are like, "Wonderful lecture, sir."
Yes.
There is,
So now,
yes. Yeah, Professor Giri, you can go ahead. I hope you're audible to Professor Douglas Allen.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Professor Allen. Lovely to be in your enriching presence and thoughts. And thank you, Dr. Desmukh. Now, you mentioned about the move from multidimensional violence to multidimensional non-violence. And that is very significant, because sometimes as your differentiation of different kinds of peace, you mentioned, similarly it is a challenge for us to understand different kinds of non-violence. One is, of course, an active non-violence, and it is in that spirit, that's a very important journey. And to that I wish to add two very important components of that is simple living and mysticism of action, because the mystical dimension of non-violence also needs to be understood. This is my first query. And of course, that brings to the issue of immanence and transcendence in its multiple ways. The second query is that this multidimensionality of non-violence also needs to be related to the issue of multi-valued logic and living, that is anekanta. And that anekanta, not only anekanta bada as an ideology, but as Gandhi said, that it is I am a practical syadvada. So therefore this practical anekanta, again it calls for a diversity and the color of the plural. And my final quick submission is that the very language of decentralization and the global also calls for a foundational interrogation, as your interrogation of the individual as not egotistic. The very idea of the global in modernity is not innocent from its constitution in 5 centuries of colonial violence. Therefore, the relationship between decentralization of the global also requires a foundational interrogation of the global. For example, kind of a planetarity. So we have to think of transforming the global into multiple visions and practices of planetary realizations, which would have then different kind of concentric circles of the soul, the communities, and nature, and also cosmos. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Giri. Please unmute Manasvi. Professor Allen, we will take one more observation question. Manasvi Bangar, please unmute her. She's going to talk to Professor Allen. Meanwhile, Professor Allen, would you like to answer to the query of Dr. Anantagiri?
A very good evening to everyone.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just a
so
minute,
can
let Professor
proceed
Allen
or-
answer.
Yeah, I'll definitely wait.
Yes, go on, Professor.
Yeah, we can, why don't we take the second question and then I can
Okay, go
respond
ahead.
to both. That would be fine.
All right. Manasvi, you can please go ahead. Please, you need to unmute
Yes,
yourself.
ma'am.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes. As I was listening to the lecture, sir, I came to know that when you're talking about Gandhi and peace, like should we, kind of compare or kind of equate Gandhi with a person, or it's an thought, because thoughts are immortal, whether a person has a fixed age. And when we relate Gandhi with the peace, how you see that Gandhian thoughts are still relevant in the present times, when we say that issues such as terrorism or cross-border terrorism, or the threats which are emerging from the non-violent sources, and the democratic governments, which are a kind of Gandhian thought itself, the democracy, the people should be the master. How, when they are providing the legitimacy to the governments like Taliban in Afghanistan, how far you see that Gandhian thought is being implied in these areas as well? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your
Okay.
question. Professor Allen, would you like
Yeah,
to now
yeah.
respond?
Thank you. So
You're muted. You're muted. You need to unmute yourself.
you can
Yeah,
hear me now?
yeah.
Yes,
Yes, yes, yes. Yes,
good.
we can.
So relevant to both Ananta and Mansi's comments, let me first just make a few quick observations and then address a little bit of what each one asked. What I think it's important to keep in mind, the way Gandhi is often being used today in India, especially in India, but also in other parts. And it's the way, for example, Martin Luther King Jr. is used in the United States and many others. And so what I would like to suggest, because it challenges Gandhi and global peace and nonviolence and so forth, is Gandhi is being used often to promote, for example, in India, a kind of Indian, especially Hindu, exceptionalism, which I agree, Hinduism and India, I feel, are exceptional. But it's not only that they're exceptional, they are superior. And it involves this dichotomy. And it involves a kind of chauvinism, a kind of xenophobia that easily becomes the other, who is non-Indian or non-Hindu or whatever, is not just other, but either explicitly or covertly is evaluated as inferior, backwards, immoral, a threat, and hence justifies the infliction of war and violence on others who are thus marginalized and dehumanized, often using the image of Gandhi and others in ways that to me totally contradict Gandhi's message on nonviolence and peace. And the other qualification I would give is people often in deifying, romanticizing Gandhi as if Gandhi has given us the absolute perfect blueprint for realizing global peace. They don't realize how Gandhi struggled. Gandhi himself struggled on many of these issues. In fact, in my interpretation, the most developed Gandhi is the Gandhi of the 1940s. Gandhi progressively learned through his experiments with truth, many of which he considered failures, failed experiments with truth. Some of them even he called Himalayan blunders. And Gandhi developed, and late in his life, to me, Gandhi presented economic, cultural, political, structural, systemic analysis, insights, and practices that were the most developed. But Gandhi, late in his life, Gandhi was very depressed. As you know, at the time of partition, Gandhi felt no one is listening to me, right? And what's incredible is how he had the energy. He was not demoralized. Most of us who become so depressed, it makes us powerless. We become skeptical, we withdraw, we feel overwhelmed, we feel powerless. Gandhi was the exact opposite. And so the last part of Gandhi's life is so inspirational, but we have to recognize late in his life, when it came to Hindu-Muslim, communal, and other relations, when it came to Dalits, to untouchability, when it came to women, gender equality, patriarchal oppression, poverty, and so much more, Gandhi felt he had been a failure, right? So we should put that in perspective. If someone as great as Gandhi felt that way, when we deal with global peace today, we have to recognize it is a struggle, and we will not always be successful, but that is no reason to give up. Now, in terms of a couple of just quickly points that Ananta brought up about, for example, the mystical dimension of nonviolence, and also the important concept of anakanta, and which are both very important in Gandhi. What I would like to qualify this, yes, when it comes to the dimensions and structures of nonviolence and peace, Gandhi says they cannot be reduced to simply some cognitive rational analysis. But he says we must attempt to be rational. We should never be irrational, but there are dimensions of experience, of life, of the emotions, the imagination, the heart, the soul, and so forth, that Gandhi says are non-rational. And that's part of what it is to be a human being, and how to struggle for global peace. So Gandhi, though, he would be very careful using a word like mystical, because Gandhi would say we have a history of thousands of years of people who had mystical approaches, but they weren't Gandhians. In fact, often they present a view of some transcendent mystical reality that simply liberates us from this world of injustice and war and violence and suffering. And so for Gandhi, they're too passive, and they don't relate to the importance, how morally, spiritually, and other ways we have to struggle with, in fact, the violence and war and racism and sexism and environmental destruction that we find in this world, and to transform that into more nonviolent and peaceful dimensions and structures of truth and reality. And similarly, in the Anakanta, Gandhi does embrace that inclusivism. It's key to him, but he's also very critical of how Jains and other traditional Indians have often used that concept in ways that he thinks are insightful, but at the same time have tended to be too passive, that have lacked his kind of action-oriented, transformative orientation. And and I'll just say on Manthvi's point, yes, Gandhi is still relevant, and we have these examples, as was cited, of tolerance. We have democratic, so-called democratic governments. A best example is my United States of America government, that basically has a long history of promoting democracy ideologically and slogans, but then supporting military juntas, dictatorships that are seen as pro-US, pro-corporate, pro-big business, will allow for defense contractors, will allow for big military bases, nuclear weapons, stationing our troops, and basically exploiting the labor power of their own peasants and their own workers in ways that are profitable to US dominant interests. So Gandhi would say, Gandhi does believe in opposing terrorism. Gandhi does believe in real democracy, but Gandhi would say most of what we call democracy in India, in the United States, as he said, in England, in the UK, and throughout the world, that's not real democracy. It's not Gandhian democracy. It is not bottom-up, egalitarian, self-empowering, mutually interconnected, harmonious democracy that Gandhi promotes. So Gandhi would say we should promote democracy, but we should not in a chauvinistic way pretend that what we have is Swaraj, is deeper democracy. It's not real democracy. So Gandhi challenges us to work, in fact, for really egalitarian, more self-empowering, democratic, peaceful worlds from interconnecting the local and the global.
Right, right. Very true, Professor Allen. I hope you've answered most of the queries that were raised. And the best part, I can see it's 4:59 on the clock, and we've at least followed one principle of punctuality. We started on time and we are concluding on time. So at
Yes.
least we have a lot of hope of moving forward. If we begin right, I'm sure we have a long way to go. And I absolutely agree with you, Professor Allen, that there are contradictions, both in the real world and the ideas of how Gandhi proposed them to be and how we interpret it to suit our own purposes. And this is a struggle that not only individuals face, but we also as societies, nations, social groups face. But I'm only hoping that since we are struggling, we are at least working towards improving ourselves and also understanding and appropriating Gandhian principles to the betterment of human society, which is not limited to social economic groups, but also benefits the entire world and extends beyond humanity to the non-human world, including environmental elements like trees and animals and environment. So we have a lot of we have a long way forward to go, and I hope that we've begun interpreting Gandhian principles in the right way and right manner. And we have been extremely grateful to you, sir, for your speech today, for your lecture, and the multi-dimensional areas it covered, and the multi-layered meaning that we can already see that most of the participants have also been able to grasp. So thank you once again from Gandhi Study Circle of Ram Lal Anand College. We are already looking forward to future engagements, which is going to benefit us and our students, not just one, but many times in future, sir. So I once again thank you with from on behalf of Ram Lal Anand College, and thanks again for taking out your valuable time. And we have no tea sessions right now. If I could imagine, we only wish that technology had developed so far. We could send in and receive, such refreshments after, because these things only complete, and the discussions are carried beyond the lecture sort of framework. So let us hope we can host you sometime if your health permits, but we are greatly overwhelmed, sir.
Right.
And
Thank you.
once again, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
धन्यवाद
Dr. Dabas, if you would like
प्रज्ञा
to say
जी,
something, Professor Dabas is
बहुत
there.
बहुत बहुत
He is the
धन्यवाद
convener
हमारे
of
साथ
our
में।
Gandhi Study Circle.
जी जी, आपके अच्छे ढंग से कोऑर्डिनेशन जो आपने किया उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारे साथ में प्रोफेसर अनंता गिरी जी जुड़े हैं, उनका स्वागत अभिनंदन। कल आप बोलेंगे, आज आपके दर्शन लाभ। और आपने क्वेरी की प्रोफेसर डगलस जी और प्रोफेसर ज्ञानवी जी, प्रोफेसर क्रिश्चियन बटलोफ जी और जी बहुत एक्टिव वो हैं पर्दे के पीछे। मैं हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ लेकिन थोड़ा थोड़ा सा इम्प्रेशंस और वो समझ रहे हैं, अंडरस्टैंड कर रहे होंगे।
I'm sure he's only understanding because I've already Dr. Dabas is speaking in our national language, and hoping that some of it is getting across to you,
नमस्ते को तो
sir.
सब समझते हैं। नमस्ते।
Yes, yes.
जी बहुत बहुत आप सबका धन्यवाद। कल मिलेंगे और कल मॉर्निंग में 10 बजे। बहुत अच्छा हमारा सत्र रहा। प्रोफेसर डगलस जी, बटोर जी, अनंता गिरी जी, ज्ञानदेवी जी, और हमारे साथ में समझता हूँ एक नाम और भी था, जो भी नाम रह गए हैं उन सब का, जो भी आज जुड़े हैं देश विदेश से, उन सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद उन सब का। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू। नमस्कार।
With this, I can say with full confidence that we have successfully completed the first day of our international conference, which extends to 2 days. So we rejoin again tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and we have many ideas and expressions that we collected today to contemplate and think over for the rest of the day, so that we can come up with a better mind tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning and rejoin and extend our participation for the second day. With this, thank you so much, all the participants. Please don't forget to fill in the feedback form. It's an important feedback that we receive, so that we can improve and overcome the glitches that we may have faced on the first day. So all the participants, please fill in your forms. And Professor Allen, any closing comments you would want to make?
No. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. No, thank you very much. And whenever I do these even Zoom and virtual conferences, webinars in India, at the different colleges of Delhi University and other places, I am always very encouraged by the young people. And it gives me great hope for the future that there are so many young Indians who have good values, good commitments, are not only being trained to be engineers or to be corporate heads who do not think that life consists of trying to make a lot of money, become a billionaire or a millionaire, and in some ways and are skeptical of that human beings can really work together to create a better world and a better life for all of us. So that gives me a lot of hope. And so I thank you. I hope you benefited from my lecture, but I also personally benefited by your invitation that allowed me to interact.
Pleasure's
with
all
you.
ours.
Yeah, so
Thank you so much.
And we are being greedy, as I said, sir. What wonderful words of encouragement, Professor Douglas Allen. And as university professors, college professors, that is the basic attempt that we all engage in. We do teach our students, prepare them for a better world outside the university, which is competitive, but where they don't have to lose their individuality, their values. The thought processes have to constantly be used in order to make better of their own understanding, and understand the world through values that they receive through the learnings that they get in the college.
Yeah.
And we strive to make better individuals rather than products who are going to fight the economy and become consumers themselves. So thank you so much, Professor Anand, Professor Anandagiri. We look forward to another session tomorrow morning. And we'd be happy if Professor Allen could also, if time allows you, you could also join again on the second day. We have many sessions lined up for tomorrow, where speakers include Professor Anandagiri, Dr. Sudha Chaudhary herself, and we have Dr. Christian Bartoloff. There is Professor Rakesh Tiwari, and then in the last half of the session, we'll have a valedictory address, and we'll be concluding it tomorrow at 4 o'clock. So on that note, I take your leave and namaskar to everybody.
प्रज्ञा जी,
Ji, sir.
Professor Christian Bartolf tomorrow.
Right.
Great speaker.
Right. Ji, he is going to be there.
Okay, thanks. जुड़े हुए हमारे साथ.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Right, right. He's there. He's there. I've already welcomed him. Thank you, Dr. Professor Allen, once again. It was such a happy engagement. And I'm really hoping that all our students and participants have immensely benefited from your thoughts. And I'm also personally looking forward to reading a lot of your work that I can see on the internet already. I'm going to download those works, and I already, while I was preparing for this session, I looked at some of your works that's available online. I'm hoping that I could also find some books, and I'm looking forward to reading them, Professor Allen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. To a close, we can end the session now. Thank you, Professor Allen, once again. Host, you can end the meeting now.